evening, councillors. I open the ordinary council meeting on the 18th of November 2025 at 7:12 p.m. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the recent passing of two individuals who have had a significant impact on the Randwick and broader community, the passing of Shirley Hughes and Mr. Jack Meester OAM. We acknowledge firstly the passing of Shirley Hughes, a much loved artist and inaugural member of the Randwick Arts Society. She made a lasting contribution to our local arts community, designing the Society's logo in 2009 and exhibiting widely in local regional shows. Her work spanned oils, acrylics and pastels, reflecting her love of beauty, design, especially the Art Deco era. She was known for her grace, kindness and warmth, and she said 69 years of marriage with Rex, whom she met at the Bronte Surf Lifesaving Club dance. Sadly, Shirley passed away on the 5th of November, just days before her 90th birthday. We extend our deepest condolences to Rex, the Hughes family, and all who loved Shirley. We also acknowledge the passing of Jack Meester OAM at the age of 97, quite a distinguished age. Jack was a Holocaust survivor and a founding member of the Sydney Jewish Museum. For more than 30 years, he volunteered every Thursday, giving over 6,000 hours of service. Jack shared his story with thousands of students, including those from Randwick schools such as the Emmanuel School, Randwick Girls High, Marsland College, Brigidine College as well. His talks turned painful memories into lessons of hope and resilience. His extraordinary service was recognised by the Medal of the Order of Australia and a Randwick City Council Community Service Award in 2023. We extend our deepest condolences to Jack's family, the Sydney Museum, Jewish Museum, and all who were touched by his life and work. Later in the meeting, there will be consideration of a mayoral minute, and I will propose that we hold a minute of silence in their honour. Thank you, councillors. Before I let you seat, I'd also just like to mention that later in the agenda will be a mayoral minute condemning threats of violence against elected officials across our community. There were two very shocking incidents of our local members, Allegra Spender MP and Kelly Sloan MLA, who were recently the targets of really quite atrocious online campaign of abuse, including threats of death and sexual violence, after they spoke out against a despicable neo-Nazi rally held outside of the Parliament of New South Wales. On behalf of our whole community and our council, I'd like to convey to them, but also to anyone who might be shocked by these incidents, that every person should feel safe in their community and free to participate in respectful public debate or to serve the public in life without fear. As elected representatives from different sides of politics, we must all stand together in expressing our concern and support for Ms Spender and Ms Sloan, and to condemn acts of intimidation against MPs, candidates or anyone engaged in public life or against any members of our community, regardless of their race, gender, creed or religious origin. There will be a mayoral minute later in the meeting regarding this issue. Thank you, councillors. Could I now please call on Councillor Magna to read the acknowledgement of country?
I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal people who occupied the Sydney coast, being the traditional owners, and on behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging, and to Aboriginal people in attendance today.
Councillor De Souza to read the prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You're not supposed to wear a kippah for a Christian for a nominal prayer. So,
and Councillor De Souza just had a kippah on while he read the entire prayer in full from start to finish.
Just hold on. Thank you. Thank you. Just hold on. A point of order was raised. It has been drawn attention to me as chair. Councillor De Souza, I believe you've withdrawn it. Is that correct? I have. Okay, thank you. I will uphold that.
I think that Councillor De Souza should apologise. We have a Jewish member councillor here, and he should apologise because that behaviour is pretty disgusting.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you're only supposed to wear a kippah when you're actually doing a Jewish prayer.
One thing, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, in my faith, it's a sign of Almighty God and to show reverence.
So thank you.
But in saying that, if it makes people, Mr. Mayor, I'm not here to divide the community.
Yeah.
In Randwick, we say it's, building a stronger community. I'm quite happy to take it down. I'll keep it.
Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I confirm that no offence was intended?
No offence at all, Mr. Mayor. If anything, it was the opposite.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, please be seated. That's my interpretation. Okay, thank you. All councillors being in attendance, I take it, are there any apologies or granting of leaves of absence? There being no apologies, there being no request to join via audio-visual link, is that correct? Thank you. Can I please have somebody move the confirmation of the minutes of the 28th of October? Moved Councillor Martin, seconded Councillor Burst. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest? Sorry, my apologies. Can I have somebody confirm the minutes of the 28th of October as well? Sorry, have I skipped one? Sorry, my notes only have the 28th. It's also the 10th of September?
So it's 21st September and 28th of October.
Okay, thank you. So what I might do is do that again. Can I please have somebody move the minutes of the 23rd of September 2025? Moved Councillor Martin and seconded Councillor Burst. All those in favour? All those against? Can I now have somebody move the minutes of the 28th of October 2025? Moved Councillor Hamilton, seconded Councillor Martin. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests? Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Yes, sorry, just a second. I have a declaration of a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item CP 40/25. As the subject site is adjacent to and shares a wall with UNSW, where I am a student and receive financial support to study. However, to the extent of which I am aware, the university is not involved in the development, and the impact of the development on university operations is not sufficient enough to constitute a significant interest.
Yep. Thank you. I have a declaration of interest in relation to NM 96/25. I apologise to Mr. Kelly, I haven't yet sent it to him. It is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in relation to parking at Broadale Reserve during nippers. I am a volunteer surf lifesaver at the Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club, which is impacted by this potential notice of motion. I will be voting on the matter. Are there any further declarations? There being no further declarations, councillors, at any point, if you'd like to make a declaration, please feel free. Okay, we now move to the address of council by members of the public. I will read the chairperson's announcement. Beginning with the privacy warning. In respect to the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of clause 520 to 523 of council's code of meeting practice. Audio-video recording of meetings is prohibited without permission. A person may be expelled from a meeting or for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of council. In relation to speakers, all members of tonight's meeting of the public will have the ability to address tonight's meeting, having a maximum of 4 minutes if you've pre-registered in which to put forward your case, with no extensions available. Presenters will be stopped when the 4 minutes is expired. Councillors may, however, ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. I would, however, remind members of the public who are answering questions that you are under no obligation to answer them if you do not feel comfortable in doing so. We now move to the first item where we have speakers, NM 97/25, notice of motion from Councillor Luxford concerning Moore Park. Speaking for Mr. Jared Kendler, the Director of the Moore Park Golf Club. Mr. Kendler.
Good evening, councillors. Mayor, thanks for this opportunity to speak on this motion. I'm Jared Kendler. I'm a Director of Moore Park Golf Club. I'm also been leading the Safe Moore Park Golf Course campaign on behalf of Moore Park Golf Club, the PGA of Australia, Golf New South Wales and Golf Australia. I speak here today in support of this motion. Firstly, in support of public recreation in this great area. In 2025, over 4 million Australians played some form of golf, another 9% year-on-year rise. It's now the most popular organised sport in the country. Moore Park Golf Precinct welcomes over 500,000 visitors per year. More than 15% of that usage is from residents of this city of Randwick. The current 18-hole course is fully booked. As soon as it's daylight, there's people on that course. We have over 100,000 rounds a year. 80% of those rounds is from the general public, with 20% from people affiliated with membership. The Silver City Golf Academy is absolutely flourishing there. We've got 11 teaching professionals. We have over 30,000 students learning the game at Moore Park. This is one of the most important recreational facilities in the country. There's strong public support to keep an 18-hole course and the capacity for golf at Moore Park, which has existed there for over 100 years. The three bordering councils, including this council, Waverley and Wallara, have previously passed motions in support of keeping 18 holes. The main reason for supporting the 18 holes as a concept is that if you reduce it to 9 holes, the capacity for golf goes down by 60%. So the residents of Randwick will have 60% less access to the most affordable public golf in the country. Next slide, please. But this is not just about golf. This is about a lot more than golf. This is actually a debate about land usage and how we make decisions on public land, public money, and with public trust. It's about whether democratic processes are followed, and it's about whether we actually listen to the people we're designing for. If we listen to the people we're designing for, like the government heard in their original consultation, we would be responding to 84% of respondents that said the most important thing at Moore Park is a golf course. We'd be responding to 55% of respondents who wrote into a survey that the most important thing was 18 holes. Again, this is not about just deciding around land use, this is about reacting to what the community wants and designing for it. There was 238 submissions out of 315 that supported keeping 18 holes. Next slide. But we're not sitting here saying don't do anything. We're basically saying for 2 years there's a better way. And we've been trying to show to the government that you're able to do both, able to maintain the capacity for golf while also improving the recreational facilities for a growing Sydney. I also stand here today as the former head of precincts for the New South Wales government. I play at Moore Park. I've studied this previously when submissions have been brought forward in previous governments. I know this subject better than anyone, and you have to believe me when I say that what the government is putting forward right now is not a great use of public funds and will not deliver the best benefits for the community as a whole. Next slide, please. This is the current government establishment plan. Now, it's a 9-hole course and it's a up to 20 hectare park, which is actually 16 hectares if anyone bothered to use near maps. But it's not a great plan and it does not deliver the people in the city of Randwick. The course is extremely unsafe, it's uninsurable, it's going to drastically cut the access to golf, but that's not why we really care. We also care because the park space that we're meant to be designing for as the city densifies is not good park space. We have a children's playground steps from the Eastern Distributor. We have an additional car park on Dacey Avenue. And my request to this government to support this motion is not to say stop, it's to allow us to continue to work with the government to deliver a better solution.
Extension. Thank you. All those in favour, all those against, please carry. Please continue for another minute.
Yeah, and just again, when you look at the motion, it's not about being NIMBYs, we're YIMBYs. We are saying, work with us, some of the leading people in this country for open space design, golf architecture, precincts design, to deliver the best for the community, not just responding to one council, but responding to all of the citizens in the area who rely on Moore Park for their public access to golf and other forms of recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? I've got a question from Councillor Luxford. I'll then go to Councillor Hay, then Councillor Sid. Councillor Luxford.
Thank you for coming in to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Question, have you been able to meet with the government to discuss your proposals and to come to some amicable solution?
For 2 years, we've been having what I thought were constructive conversations with people in the department and lower levels in political offices. We've presented various proposals to the Minister for Planning, Minister for Sport. For 2 years, we've received nothing but positive feedback and encouragement on our ideas, only to be blindsided again 2 weeks ago with the release of this plan.
Councillor Luxford.
Second question is, so are you aware that there's a proposal to replace Carnarvon Golf Course in Lidcombe with a cemetery?
Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 different proposals right now around to reduce access to golf. Camaret is another one, a little 9-hole public access course. And this is the challenge. We've got a sport that has never been more popular. It's being driven by growth in the game by kids, mostly young girls, is driving a lot of the growth in the game. And I'm really concerned that their access to this sport is going to be diminished by all these attacks on different forms of public golf.
And why do you think that golf is actually being victimised as a sport as opposed to other sports that have great usage of land as well?
There's a lot of misconceptions out there about what golf is. I think a lot of people have a view of how golf was maybe 20 years ago. Golf right now, and particularly if you come up to Moore Park, it's young kids every day. Like I said, it's 30,000 students learning the game. It's the fastest growing sport for under 12-year-olds. It is absolutely exploding, and I think it's a great form of recreation that teaches a lot of things for kids in our community.
Sorry, I've got a hand up from Councillor Hay, and then I'll go to Councillor Said, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. It's been said that Moore Park Golf Course is the only public golf course in Sydney. Could I ask you, what does that mean for golf, for it to be the only public golf course, and what would a loss of that asset mean for the community?
Yeah, there's a couple different public golf courses, but this is the leading sort of full-size course. Obviously, there's smaller courses right now, but I guess what it really means is every course right now, particularly public course, is at capacity. So what it means is it's simple economics. You reduce the supply of golf, people are going to miss out. And why we've been fighting so hard for this is because many of the people that play at Moore Park who reside in the city of Randwick don't necessarily have the means or the access or the transport options to get to any other form of golf. This is the heart of their community. And if I speak to one example, we've got an 80-year-old widower who lives down in Maroubra. She catches the bus, then the light rail to get to the course. She leaves her clubs there. She's been playing there for 40 years. She held a memorial service for her husband at the course. If this is reduced to 9 holes, she's going to miss out. That's just a fact.
Thank you. I had Councillor Hay, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, Councillor Said, and then Councillor Hamilton. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've just got a few in a row. Were you ever given a reason why your plan was rejected?
No.
Simple answer. I read on the weekend that 75% of the revenue that you generate as the golf club goes into helping the maintenance of the Centennial Park parklands. Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea where that revenue will come from once you're on there?
I can say, as the ex-head of precincts for the New South Wales Government, this is one of the best performing public assets in the country. I've said publicly that if the government wanted to equal or better what it delivers from a community benefits, economic, social, health, well-being, they would need to spend in excess of $250 million. I maintain that that's the case. As in regards to direct revenue, it delivers $17 million that, yes, is 50% of the operational budget of Greater Sydney Parklands. It is the golf facility that pays for Queen's Park to be cut, the Centennial Parkland to be maintained. I have grave concerns as an ex-Treasury official on how the government is going to fund Greater Sydney Parklands into the future when you have such a dramatic loss in revenue.
And last question, being one of the only, if you were to close or go to 9 hole, mm-hmm. One of the only other public golf courses is Randwick.
That's correct.
And it'd probably be one of the closest ones to you.
Yep.
In your opinion, would Randwick be able to handle that capacity whatsoever? Would your members be encouraged to go there? And Randwick
is already at capacity. Anyone here can try and get a game at Randwick on the weekend. Good luck. It's already at capacity. People are going to miss out.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Said and Burst, could Councillor Hamilton please be heard in silence?
You mentioned that you were in consultation with the government. But when did you find out about this latest plan, and how was it communicated to you and the rest of the committee?
It was sent to me by the media.
How long ago was that?
The day it was released to the public.
Okay, thank you. I learned how to play golf at Moore Park, just saying, 27 years ago.
That's excellent.
Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Jared, for coming in and
appreciate
appreciate your feedback. So effectively, by going to 9 holes, we're now going to put a bigger budget black hole into our state coffers. We're now going to have less, our green space in the Centennial Park wetlands are now not going to be maintained. So we're going to now damage green space. And are you also aware that our local federal member of Kingsford Smith, Matt Thistlethwaite, is a supporter of the public golf course and thinks it should stay as a public golf course in 18 holes. Are you aware of that?
I am, yes.
Yes.
I'd say nearly every politician on both sides that I've spoken to about this issue is supportive of keeping the capacity for golf at Moore Park.
Okay. And also, in one of the designs, they another question, follow-up question. In the designs, they talk about some tennis courts. Is that correct?
There's there's existing tennis courts on the facility, but I think one of the things that we've tried to work with the government on is where is the best place for all different forms of recreation. One of the things that we've tried to design into our plan is what we'd heard from Randwick Council is there was a need for a pump track. We've been trying to impress that on the government that we could put a pump track on the part of the precinct that is closest to those in the city of Randwick.
And another follow-up question. So with the view of potentially 2 new sporting fields, there's also some designs for some car parks for approximately 50 parking spaces. So that means effectively by claiming we're going to have more green space, we're actually going to have more tarmac because you're going to have a 50 parking spot that's going to be put in that site. So that's counterintuitive to what we're trying to achieve here, which is to keep it as green space. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. Based off my assessment of the current plans, there's a net reduction in the green space. Golf courses right now are actually green space, so it's just a change in usage, but there's actually going to be a net reduction. That's before the work that's needed to get into that car park, which would, in my estimation, result in the removal of protected figs on Dacey Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Jared.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, 1 second, councillors. Thank you. We now move to the first item on the agenda, MM34/25, honouring the life and service of the late Honourable Ernest Thomas Page, OAM. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read. However, I'd like to draw your attention to that this is a request that has come directly from the family to my office. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to the second mayoral minute, MM35/25, financial assistance and donations. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Just 1 second. Thank you. We now move to the additional mayoral minutes in this supplementary business paper, MM36/25, condemning threats of violence against community members and elected officials. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read and just give a general reminder, given the gravity of the topic, just a reminder in regards to our behaviour, but I commend the mayoral minute to the chamber. Are there any speakers? Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yes, fully agree with the mayoral minute, and as someone whose grandparents were Holocaust survivors and whose great-grandparents perished in the Second World War, it sends chills up my spine just to see neo-Nazis, and thankfully my grandparents aren't alive today to see neo-Nazis parading in Australia, because it would absolutely horrify them. But I will like to say that I'm really enlightened that the Labor councillors and Green councillors support this motion, because a fellow Labor member, Bob Carr, basically said, and I quote, the quote, Israel Jewish lobby is a foreign influence operation. No one else has an operation as well funded. No other country has an operation with offices in every capital city, unquote. So given that Bob Carr, who's a former member of Maroubra, has said these very inflammatory comments, those who, a couple of other councillors here were at the Kristallnacht commemoration recently put on by the Jewish Board of Deputies, and the President David Ossip even mentioned Bob Carr's remarks. Given that these very inflammatory remarks talking about the Jewish lobby in such words, I'm grateful that the Labor councillors here are supporting this minute, basically attacking neo-Nazis that are protesting about the Jewish lobby. Also, the fact that the Greens are happy to support, I'm really happy there, because Green MP Jenny Leong said, quote, the Jewish lobby and the Zionist lobby are infiltrating into every single aspect of what is ethnic community groups. Their tentacles reach into the areas that try and influence powers, and I think they need to call that out and expose it, unquote. So given that a Green MP said that, good to see the three Green councillors support this as well. So, yeah, certainly commend the mayoral minute for the reasons I've given.
Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I rise to speak in support of this very important mayoral minute. Over the years of living, most of us over the last few decades would have seen some pretty horrific examples of racism at every level of society, which by and large is often not really called out by our elected representatives. Things like the Cronulla riots, recent neo-Nazi and white supremacist rallies and marches in the city, migration policies and so on, which has now led to this. However, I completely condemn and reject any suggestion from the councillor that anyone of any political persuasion would think that this type of stuff is okay. It's
Point
actually,
of order. Just in relation to that, Councillor Hamilton. Look, I was listening very carefully to Councillor Veitch. I will hear the point of order. However, I actually.
You know what I'm going to say.
No. It was actually that I kind of actually think I need a little bit more information from Councillor Veitch, but I'll just please make your
Councillor
point
Veitch
of order.
has gone far enough to say, to misconstrue Councillor Rosenfeld's words to try and put him in a light that he was condoning or blaming, and that's not the case at all. And besides the fact that Councillor Veitch is heading off onto all these different other issues, I believe that your mayoral minute is very clear that it is denouncing what has happened to Kelly Sloan and Allegra Spender, and I think that's where it should be. Instead of where should we go?
So, in relation to the point of order, in relation to the point of order, just so I can confirm that I interpret this correctly, Councillor Hamilton, you're suggesting that Councillor Veitch is impugning the motives of Councillor Rosenfeld, is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly what she's doing.
Yeah.
may I ask a question? Sorry, which were the exact words that I said?
Sorry. Just in relation to this, just in order to progress the meeting and noting the sensitive nature of this particular topic, what I might ask Councillor Veitch is, do you hold a belief that Councillor Rosenfeld has not engaged in this in a good faith manner? The reason why I ask that is because if that is the case, then I would suggest that would be impugning the motives of a councillor. However, if it is a difference of opinion or view in relation to it, that's different, noting that there are different views on the subject matter. Can I just get some clarification?
I think a point of order can only be called on something that I actually said. So I would actually like Councillor Hamilton to repeat the words that I said that would constitute a point of order. It can't be something that anyone think I may have said or have thought. It actually has to be spoken words.
Actually,
just
Mr.
further
Mayor,
to the point of order, Councillor Hamilton, is there anything further you could add? Just I'm actually struggling in relation to this one. So if there's anything further you can.
Well, you were listening and you knew that I was about to jump up on this. And this is, if I go to the Code of Meeting Practice, Act of Disorder 1510 F imputes improper motives or unfavourably personally reflects. So you heard Councillor Veach. She did recall and reflect on Councillor Rosenfeld's comments, and she was twisting those comments to try and impugn that he was speaking against this motion in a very disgraceful and negative way. And he wasn't doing that at all.
Yeah. Look, I have to say, I'm not actually in a position where I can rule in relation to that. I actually don't. I'm not comfortable enough exactly as to what the substance of the comments were made in order to be able to rule on that. And part of it is I'm happy to actually listen to the tapes at a later date and a little bit more closely. What I will do is give a general reminder to all councillors is that this is a very sensitive matter, talking about a quite egregious set of conduct for some pretty despicable individuals, and would just as a general reminder that our conduct on behalf of the community is something that we'd like to hold the highest standard, and as a result I'd like to return to Councillor Veach and remind all councillors to keep to the substance of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, what happened outside Parliament House was absolutely unacceptable. It's important that every single person calls it out. It's an utterly disgraceful anti-Semitic act, but we are also aware that that same group calls on all people of colour, people who aren't white, to be sent out from the country. And I myself have put up posts about this, condemning this rally, and which I've had to delete some of the comments, where people are calling on that exact same thing. I mean, it's actually completely outrageous and incomprehensible that this is happening in Australia at this time, which we, in a country that we all like to think, that actually is incredibly diverse, where, close to 50% of the population of Randwick is born overseas. And in terms of point 3, any attacks on elected representatives are completely unacceptable for any reason. Threats of violence, no matter which group. From this group, it's horrendous. From people support them, it's horrendous. But in fact, people from any group, and we know that actually this happens all the time. I myself have been subjected to this, and other people that I know, and we probably all are aware of colleagues within our particular political affiliations who may have been subjected to those. And it actually is really important to call them out, and I very much support the fact that we're calling this out. So it's really important that we get this on the record, and I support this mayoral minute.
Thank you. I had a hand up from Councillor D'Souza, and then is that Councillor D'Souza? Sorry, actually, you are right.
Yeah,
it was Councillor said, and then I got a Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I commend you for this mayoral minute. But it goes to emphasise that we really do need our social cohesion policy. We need to make sure that as you say in point 2, affirms the hatred and violence and threats in our of the Randwick residents are stopped, and we can do everything in our power to stop it from happening. But at the same time, when we condemn the far right, as a lot of people here, a lot of councillors are students of history, there's only one thing that, unfortunately, and we have a lot of Jewish people of the Jewish faith, the only thing that the far left and the far right can agree on is their condemnation of the Jewish population. So as soon as we can get this social...
Point of
far
order.
left,
Point
far
of
left,
order. Excuse me.
it's a fact.
Point of
Look it
order.
up. Okay.
I would ask the councillor to absolutely apologise and withdraw for that.
Councillor Sid.
Please.
I can't, Mr Mayor, because it's actually a fact of history that far left, as in I'm talking about
Sorry,
when Stalin...
there hasn't been a rule of
Stalin
point of order.
and,
Sorry. Thank you. Councillor said, please continue, and I'd like you to keep as close to the motion as possible. Councillor said, please continue.
I am, Mr Mayor, because what I'm saying is that a social cohesion policy will condemn all forms of hatred. It doesn't matter which side of politics it comes from. That's my point, and I'll stand to my point, and I'll be corrected if you can correct me, but you can Google it, you can do whatever you like. But I'll stick with that because the Jewish residents of this, of our GA have suffered a lot. We've also have our Asian students at Kingsford. We've got a lot of things happening at the moment, which is really sad, but that's why we need the social cohesion policy as fast as we can.
Councillor
Point of
D'Souza.
order.
Yes.
Yes. A couple of meetings ago, Councillor Rosenfeld tried to move a motion, an urgent motion condemning the flying of Palestinian kites at Maroubra Beach. That was ruled out of order by the General Manager. Can I ask a question through the, perhaps maybe more appropriate a question through you to the General Manager. Why is it inappropriate for that motion to be discussed, condemning anti-Semitic pro-Palestinian flags, and yet this motion is acceptable?
Through to the General Manager, I'll then give commentary on the content of her.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, as you can see from the actual subject matter of the notice of motion, it's about condemning violence of threats of violence against community members and elected officials. So it's not about the Israel-Gaza issue, it's not about anti-Semitic, it's about the violence against community members. The Mayor did counsel everyone at the beginning of this particular debate to please stick to this and not to drift into other areas. And as a result of drifting into other areas, I gather has brought to you the question that you've raised now. And as Councillor Hamilton said, the actual Merrill Minute is about that particular issue.
Just further to that query, Councillor Hay, do I subjectively think that I have observed behaviour that has strayed very close to the intention of that? Yeah.
Point of order. Point of order,
in
Mr
relation to
Mayor.
that, yes. Councillor Hamilton, yes.
You're delving into debate. We've just heard from the General Manager. The question was asked by Councillor Hay, and then the General Manager has responded to Councillor Hay, and now you are just starting to debate and starting to berate councillors. I mean, this is not the Mayor's position. You're chairing this meeting and upholding the Code of Meeting Practice, not starting
respectfully,
to just berate and tell councillors off.
Respectfully,
Just willy-nilly. I'll just start telling councillors off just because I feel like it.
politely, Councillor Hamilton, the role of the chair is in order to maintain order in the meeting as well as the Code of Meeting Practice.
And the order was not, and there was no point of order.
Councillor Hamilton, can we just dwell on the fact
The General
that you have
Manager
just
answered a question.
Councillor Hamilton, can I just dwell on the fact that you have just raised a point of order?
Yes, against you.
Thank you.
That's right.
The role of the chair is to rule on points of order. And one of the things which you raised related to the orderly conduct of this particular meeting, and you're repeatedly interrupting the chair in providing explanation as to the way I am interpreting both the Code of Meeting Practice and the behaviour which is observed. The General Manager has provided clarification. Councillor Hamilton, you literally have raised a point of order in relation to debate, and you are arguing at the chair. Can we just reflect on that for a second?
Can you rule on the point of order or not?
There's no point of order, Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, well then move on.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further speakers? Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, that's a very good example of what we saw, respect. That's what it's all about, respecting others and others' views, and that's what that particular rally, or whatever you wish to call it. In Australia, we have little room for bigotry and racism of any kind. An American president once said on another topic, you have nothing to fear but fear itself. Now, that picture we got that day was these people, and there were a lot of people in our and other communities afraid. They feared. And that's not the Randwick way. We talk about a sense of community. Well, acts like that don't bring us together. That's all I'd say, Mr. Mayor. I'd leave it at that, but it was terrible. And I must say, Mr. Mayor, I didn't get a chance to say it, but let me say it now. I respect you and I commend what your mayoral minute, because what it's doing is doing what it's, as a mayor you're supposed to do. Bring the community together. And when there's wrong, we must right it. Where there's suffering, we must stop it. Where there's despair, Mr. Mayor, we must offer hope. That's where there's an injustice, we must correct it. And these are all the things your mayoral minute is doing, Mr. Mayor. And where there's discord, we must bring harmony. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Magna.
Mr. Mayor, I thank you for bringing this urgency motion, because I think we can all agree that what happened outside Parliament House and what happened to our two local representatives was despicable behaviour that does not reflect the values of our community and does not reflect the values of this community. When 60 men dressed in black are standing outside our parliament espousing anti-Jewish conspiracy theories in an attempt to form a political party that has as one of its stated objectives the deportation of immigrants and the deportation of Jews. This is something that we must unequivocally stand against. It is hatred, it is anti-Semitism of the most disgusting form, and when Allegra Spender and Kelly Sloan spoke out against it, they acted with courage and they were targeted with threats of death and rape. Just let that sink in. That's what we're speaking about, that in 2025, a neo-Nazi group can target elected representatives and threaten them with sexual violence. And for that, we should condemn them and we should condemn neo-Nazis. Randwick is a very diverse community. It's an inclusive community. Our strength lies in our diversity. Our Jewish community, our multicultural residents, our shared commitment to dignity and respect for all. To our Jewish neighbours, to our Jewish friends, to our Jewish family, we stand with you. They have a place in our community, and this council will always ensure that they feel safe and protected. To our parliamentary colleagues, Kelly Sloan and Allegra Spender, we thank you for your courage in speaking out. We also join you in condemning the people that subject you to vile threats of this kind. And to the organised neo-Nazi group that protested outside Parliament House and attacked members of our community, we say to you, your hatred and your vilification has no place. It belongs in the bin, and your intimidation will not succeed. And I commend you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this motion to the council, and we can all join together in supporting the mayoral minute. It's a test of our values, and this mayoral minute affirms what those values are, and I thank you.
Thank you. There being no further, Councillor Burst.
It's disgraceful what has happened, but I had the opportunity to chat with Kelly on the Monday after the event, and she's stoic and she's going to stand strong, and she will fight and to fight this forever and a day. She said, "I'll not be with it. I'll not be beaten down. I will not allow this to define who I am," and she will continue to fight for our community and for the rights of our Jewish community.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM37/25, honouring the memory of Shirley Hughes and Jack Meister, OAM. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read and refer to my comments at the beginning of the meeting. Are there any speakers? I saw Councillor Rosenfeld first. I'll then go to Councillor De Souza.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I didn't know Jack Meister, but whenever a Holocaust survivor passes away, it reminds me of my own grandparents when they passed away after finding a new home in Australia. And so, yeah, it did move me when I heard about Jack, and he's contributed to the Jewish community in an extraordinary way. So I wish him to rest in peace. And as we say in the Jewish community, I wish you a long life.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shalom, Mr. Mayor. Jack Meister was a good and decent man. He was a founding member of the Sydney Jewish Museum along with a group of Holocaust survivors. Jack helped to create a space to share their stories and educate future generations. He was made a prisoner at the age of 11, Mr. Mayor. He was tattooed with the number B488 on his forearm by the Germans. Jack immigrated to Australia at the end of 1949. He devoted more than 6,000 hours, as you said, Mr. Mayor, volunteering at the Jewish Museum of Sydney for over 30 years. He believed by sharing his story and living through the Holocaust as a survivor, he would affect thousands of visitors, transforming his painful memories into unforgettable lessons for all. Rest in peace, Jack. Your life and suffering will forever be remembered and shared with the visitors to the Jewish Museum. Alava Hash Shalom, Jack. Rest in peace.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Could I please now commence the minute of silence? Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We now move to MM38/25, additional financial assistance and donations November to December 2025. Councillors, this was a late submission to account for a range of the requests for councillors to attend a range of events, which you should have all seen. I note the mayoral minute and commend it to you. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM39/25, congratulating council staff on award-winning programs. Councillors, I'd just like to draw your attention to the fact that council has actually been quite successful in receiving outstanding achievement in two prestigious awards. The first, our library services team, led by Catherine Zhu and supported by bilingual staff and volunteers, won the New South Wales Public Libraries Association Multicultural Excellence Award for innovative early literacy program in community languages, and I think think that is quite an exceptional award to win, and it's something which I would like to commend. The second is that the Sustainability and Resilience team, of which I believe their manager is in the room, so thank you, won the Plastic Free Communities category at the Keep Australia Beautiful Sustainability City Awards for the Eco Living Festival, which recently celebrated 2 decades, in particular for the sustainability initiatives related to that event. So I would just like to, on behalf of all councillors, commend staff for their excellent achievement in this regard. I commend the Merrill Minute. Thank you, Councillor Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for bringing this up. As I said when we did the annual report, that our library team and staff are the unsung heroes of this council. They don't get a lot of mentions, but do some great stuff. And again, they've proved it again. And this award is a fitting tribute, and so is your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move, I believe, back to the agenda. Is that correct? Councillors, is there any urgent business? There being no urgent business, there being no general managers reports. Before I go to actually the challenging of items, what I might ask councillors is there is a supplementary business paper in relation to CP 41/25, Stage 2 Draft Randwick Development Control Plan Minor Amendment to Part B5, Preservation of Trees and Vegetation. So that is page 9 in your supplementary business paper. What I will do is I will call down the list of items. When we get to the first item, which is CP 34/25, I will call for a procedural motion for the two to be dealt with in cognate, so that they are dealt with together, because it is an attachment to it. So I'll now run down the list of agenda items, commencing with CP 34/25, Stage 2 Draft Randwick Development Control Plan, challenged by Councillor... Nice try, Councillor Rosenfeld, but I saw Councillor Gordon. CP 35/25, the Draft Resilience Strategy, challenged by... Okay, thank you. Just for the benefit of everyone, Councillor Burst, I actually only saw Councillor Hay. So there was a lot of interjection around the table of which you've interrupted. Councillor Hay has challenged the item CP 35/25. CP 36/25, classification of land under the Local Government Act. Unchallenged. Thank you. CP 37/25, it requires to be challenged. Challenged by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. CP 38/25, variations to development standards under clause 4.6. Unchallenged. Thank you. CP 39/25, challenged by Councillor Burst. CS 65/25, publicly accessible automated external defibrillators, challenged by Councillor Magna. Thank you. CS 66/25, Kokoda Park, challenged by Councillor Luxford. CS
Challenge.
Okay. CS 67/25 has been challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. CC 37/25, Community Investment Program. Unchallenged. CC 38/25, Investigation of Significant Assessment for the Collections of John Cann. Challenged by Councillor Burst. CC 39/25, Future Delivery of the Major Multicultural Festival event for Randwick. Challenged by Councillor Councillor Rosenfeld. CO 62/25, 2025 Quarterly Progress Report. Unchallenged. CO 63/25, Quarterly Budget Review. Challenged by Councillor... Was that Burst? Was it you? Yep. Okay, Burst. CO 64/25, Monthly Financial Report. Unchallenged. CO 65/25, Monthly Investment Report. Unchallenged. CO 66/25, 27R Eastbourne Avenue, Clovelly. Unchallenged. CO 67/25 Code of Conduct Complaint Statistics. Unchallenged. CO 68/25 Operating Hours, Christmas and New Year's. Unchallenged. CO 69/25 Code of Meeting Schedule, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. Can I please have someone move the unchallenged items? Councillor Burst and Councillor Veach. All those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, I think you.
Sorry, you are right. So I have one more to call. CS 68/25, challenged by Councillor Martin. Can I have Councillor to move the unchallenged items? It was Burst and Veach. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. So we now move to the first challenge item, which is CP 34/25. Could I please have a procedural motion to bundle in the CP 41/25 for consideration in cognate? Moved Councillor Willington, seconded Councillor Magna. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Councillor Gordon, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving this in an amended fashion. Since there are 2 pages of amendments, I would rather not read them all out. Is it alright if I do a summary of what each point does? So, in summary, changes Part B, adding additional point I regarding solar installations in heritage conservation areas. Point 2, about cooking and space heating. Point 3, about street verges. Point 4, adding new controls for facade brickwork in certain local character areas. Part 5, awning dimensions. Part 6, undergrounding of power lines. An additional Part 7 relating to deep soil planting area calculations. Part 8, about material recycling. And then at the end of the motion, Point E, regarding the deferral of Matraville Centre. And Part F, deferring of the advertising chapter, and then Part G, about the preparation of material about tree planting.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Magna. Thank you. Councillor Gordon, do you wish to speak to it? Thank you, Councillor Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff, really, for preparing this mammoth document and holding many, many meetings with council and councillors, many of which were at the, admittedly, 11th hour. And there are plenty of measures in this great document that encourage sustainability, encouraging PV installations and battery storage, whilst our amendment still allows some flexibility and some people's choice of energy for cooking. In addition, I think this DCP really recognises the importance of deep soil planting in preserving our canopy cover, and the new local character statements and controls relating to the facade materials really go to, I think, the heart of what a DCP should be all about, which is to make Randwick City truly ours and reflect our unique local character. This document also allows our own planning, internal planning, to mesh with the instruments coming from the state government to make sure that we retain our local character whilst following through on our obligations to address the housing shortage in Sydney. And I'm particularly a fan of the materials prepared to allow low mid-rise guide applicants to essentially understand what parts of which different instruments apply in which cases, and the scheme to allow for sensible consolidation of lots to avoid orphaned dwellings in where possible. I will talk to one particular change I've made, which would make it a bit easier to put in certain non-intrusive solar installations in heritage conservation areas, of course subject to a limited set of conditions to preserve local character and amenity. And just to sum up, acknowledging the mammoth effort done by staff, given the more than 2 pages of amendments I'm moving, I'm very proud of what we're putting forward today to Randwick residents, and I hope to gain your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
I want to thank the council officers for their Herculean effort that they've put into preparing the documentation and for the briefings that they've provided with us councillors, and I have learnt a lot through the reading that I've done. I can't say that I've read every aspect of the volumes that were delivered to our door, but I took a particular interest in some of the sustainability aspects, the streetscape aspects, and there are other matters that Councillor Gordon has drawn our attention to, and I am very grateful for the work that the council officers have done, and grateful for the work that my council colleagues have done in engaging with the process, and I hope that our community is well served by these guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld. I'll then go to Councillor Veach. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I have an amendment. I sent it through to David Kelly. If you can put it up, please. Okay. So just wait for it to come up. Okay, so basically in our amendment, we're basically looking to add B, removes all references to avoiding gas cooktop ovens and space heating systems in section B3.6. C, remove recommended changes requiring a permit to carry out tree works in section 5 and reverse back to pre-existing controls at 6 metres, and reject the proposal in Director's Report CP 4125. And D, in section C8, amend the Zone 2 development control so as to extend the indoor hours Sunday to Wednesday until 12 a.m. as a 3-month trial, and report back to council on the feedback. Now I'd like to speak a bit more.
Sorry, just before you do, I'm just after a point of clarification as to your amendment, and then I'll ask the mover of the original motion if he accepts it, and then I'll hand straight back to you. My point of clarification is Councillor Gordon has moved this in an amended fashion.
Yeah.
You are seeking to incorporate those additional changes in, but where your amendment is silent on the other sections, it's not seeking to strike those bits out. It's just they're unrelated. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically, I'm not agreeing with any of the amendments put forward by Councillor Gordon. Basically, we might want to move it as is.
Are you trying to override everything Councillor Gordon said?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. No, he's been clear there.
Yeah. I'm overriding.
No, correct. He was just clarifying the intent of it.
Yeah.
To be clear, Councillor Rosenfeld's been very clear.
Yeah.
So thank you. Councillor Gordon, do you accept?
No.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rosenfeld, please continue.
Okay, as I mentioned before, I'm going to speak to the point B in particular. And so basically, and I've said this before, that we can't completely rely on renewable energy. We are transitioning to renewable energy, but gas has to be in the mix. And it's important that gas stays in the mix when we are transitioning to renewals as an important source of energy, and the fact that we have large gas reserves in this country. Unfortunately, we're exporting too much of that, but that's for another debate. But I firmly believe, as do my fellow Liberals, that gas has to stay in the mix. And I do note that the Labor state government seems to share these views, because occasionally when the Sydney City Council passes resolutions to discourage gas from new developments, I often do hear the Premier on the radio the next day basically disagreeing with the Sydney City Council and the Mayor of that council having passed that resolution. So the Labor councillors here, I'll be interested to see if they support their state government position on it, so I'll be quite interested to hear that later on during the debate.
Thank you. Councillor Hay?
Thank you.
Sorry, is it Hay or Hamilton? It's Hay. I believe it's Hay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Cool. I'd like to speak on with regard to point C. So regarding the changes to tree works, to keep it simple, the council is looking to amend the minimum height requirements for a tree for trimming or for removing a tree on a DA from 6 metres down to 3. There are other categories, but let's just keep it simple. What that is going to do is going to completely flood our arborists and our tree officers with way too much work. Now, before we go into detail on this, I'd like to ask everyone to bring up the quarterly progress review document. If I can ask you to look at page 4, you'll notice that there are 300 and, or you can just look at mine, that's fine. There are 329 categories where we are achieved or in progress, and there's only 11 in the red. Okay? 329, yes. 11, no. If we go to page 88, what are we in the red on? Assess and determine applications for pruning, removal of private trees. Turn the page. We're also in the red on undertake pruning and maintenance of council trees and maintain public safety. Now, it is not, it's a very, very difficult category. Our tapes aren't turning out enough arborists, so it's very hard to maintain a large staff, particularly for a council with approximately 40,000 trees, to have a staff that can manage that request. If we require every single tree under between 6 and 3 metres to get a DA or get a council approval every single time you just want it trimmed, let alone removed, that is going to overflow an already overburdened department with way too much work. Councillor Magner, if you have something to say, would you like to call a point of order? Thank you. We have an overburdened department. They are in red. There are only 11 categories in red, and 2 of them relate directly to trees. We do not have the staff to go in and overburden them with extra work. Then there's also the compliance aspect. How exactly are we going to look at all of these trees and assess exactly which ones are under 3 metres? How are we going to issue a notice on someone? Now, we also need to bring in CP 41 at this point, which has said that we're going to change how often you can prune a tree. You've gone from being able to prune a tree 10% every year to, under the proposed amendment CP 41, to being able to prune it once every 2 years. How on earth are we going to enable a compliance action around this when we have an incredibly understaffed department, and there is, and are we seriously going to issue a $3,000 fine because someone pruned a tree by 11%? And how exactly are we going to enforce that? How are we going to have a situation where you measure exactly 2 years from the previous pruning date? Are people going to be able to do this in any meaningful way without constantly having to spy on their neighbours? Let alone, this is going to be massively rejected by the community. Requiring permission to do every little thing to a tree that is on your own property is not appropriate. Now, I appreciate that we have a significant tree register and we have there are some endangered species of trees. We are not talking about those. We're just talking about ordinary trees on private property. It's your private property. You own the tree. You should have the ability to prune your own tree without getting approval from council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon on the amendment. I'll then go to, sorry, I'll go to Councillor Gordon. Do you have your hand up on the amendment as well? So I'll go to Councillor Gordon and Councillor Martin.
Just a question, Mr. Matthew, to the relevant officer. Council Hayes claimed that you need a DA, a development application, to prune a tree. Is this correct?
Through to the...
Point of order, I did not say that. I said you would need a development application or you need permission from council. So there are situations, for example...
Hold on.
Point of order, I'm being blatantly misrepresented.
You've called a point of order.
Thank you.
You appears like you're engaging in debate. Councillor Gordon has asked a question through to the manager of strategic planning. Sorry, through to the general manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I clearly recall Councillor Hay in his address talked about a DA and then wanted to say and a form from council, so he wasn't actually talking about just DAs, and then he clarified later talking about significant trees where you need a DA for things like that. So my reading of that was there was a council form and the DA was for other types of trees.
Thank you. Who do we have? Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to talk on point D, and it relates in particular to Zone 2, which is on page 26 on our tables in front of you. So Zone 2 is covering the spot from River Beach, Coogee and Frenchman's Road town centres. The amendment is for a trial for 3 months for a 1-hour extension on the indoor trading hours for Sunday to Wednesday nights to 12 a.m. The other hours on the business papers to remain the same. I'm hugely supportive of promoting a stronger night-time economy in our town centres. However, after some consideration, I believe we should take a gradual approach when considering extending trading hours for these reasons. A trial of a 1 hour extension is a balanced, responsible approach that supports local businesses whilst allowing council to collect real data, protect the community and make a staged evidence-based decision. Police and local business chambers often recommend incremental changes so they can adapt gradually to it. A staged trial and approach allows collection of real-time data on noise, safety, compliance and community sentiment before making a significant policy shift. A 1 hour trading extension gives council a chance to monitor the impacts of this 1 hour, noise, behaviour, compliance and resident feedback before committing to a major jump. And lastly, if issues arise, rolling back a 1 hour is far easier than winding it back, say, from a 2 a.m. approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Burst.
I've just got a question through the relevant officer. What is the cost of a tree permit?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I'll be able to look that up. Councillor Burst now and come straight back to you.
And as a follow-up question, if I've got, like, my backyard's like a jungle, so if I've got 6 trees I need to trim back, do I need to get 6 permits to trim them back from 3.5 metres back to 3 or reduce them by 10%? Do I need to get 1 permit or 4 permits or 5 permits? How does that work?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, the current fees and charges structure for tree permits is 1 application for 3 trees.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington on the amendment.
Just a brief remark in relation to point B. I don't believe that it would be responsible at all, in the light of the science, to remove all references to avoiding gas in domestic spaces. There is unequivocal evidence, and councillors might recall several months ago, council was addressed by a specialist doctor in relation to the harms that gas in domestic environments cause, and in particular the harms caused in relation to asthma. A significant proportion of cases of asthma are directly attributable to gas in domestic spaces, and this can be easily verified by going to the National Asthma Campaign website, which advises the removal of gas in the form of cooking and space heating in people who suffer from asthma. There are also many other domestic pollutants that are emitted by domestic gas appliances, and I therefore believe on health grounds it would be incredibly irresponsible for us to remove those references from this document, and I urge you to vote against this amendment.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further speakers, Councillor Martin, could you just turn off your microphone? Thank you. There being no further you've already spoken, but if you have a question. No, it's only one amendment. Yeah, it's only one. Yeah, thank you. The amendment in front of us is the amendment moved Councillors Rosenfeld, Hay. Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? No. Declare that lost. There's been a request for a division in the name of Rosenfeld and Hamilton. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin and Burst. All those against. We have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. We now return to the substantive debate on the motion as amended. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Said.
Mr. Mayor, I've just got 2 questions to the relevant officer. One is that once this goes to public consultation, if the consultation comes back with the actual public making amendments, do we then adopt that through another council meeting? Is it sort of come back and things can be changed slightly according to what public opinion?
Through to the relevant officer.
I think it's me. Yes, that's the case.
My second question, Mr. Mayor, is on page 10 of the business paper, in point A2, there's a new part to the DCP, and it's a new part embedding the connecting with country framework to guide applicants in responding to country when planning, designing and delivering built environment projects. Then next to it, it says this part has been deferred until the stakeholder consultation is completed and they will be reported to council in mid-2026. The exhibition is in early 2026, goes for 42 days, which I imagine will probably be about April, May. Mid-26 would be June, July. So this section of the DCP, A2, would never be seen by the public. It won't go to consultation.
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it'll be a separate exhibition period for the Stage 3 DCP.
Follow-on question. So then, in other words, we vote when it comes back. The public will vote on everything. So shouldn't it be removed? In other words, shouldn't it be removed until we do it separately? Because it shouldn't be part of this.
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is information for councillors that the DCP has a third part, and that will be included in the third part, drafting amendments and exhibition, along with waste management is another section that will be part 3.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the motion as moved in an amended fashion? There being no further speakers, Councillor Gordon, do you wish to close the debate? Okay. It being a planning matter, a record of voting is required. All those in favour, raise your hand. Councillors Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veitch, Hay, Luxford. It's unanimous. Thank you. We now move to, and what I will do is I'll just give an opportunity for Cara to come up to the podium and thank the Manager for Strategic Planning for your assistance this evening. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hay, CP 35/25, could you please outline what it is you are moving, the resilience strategy? I'll then call for a seconder.
Bill? Second. Yeah, Bill seconds. There you go.
Okay. Councillor Burst.
Councillors, I'll be moving this in amended form. I have no real quibbles with the synthesis report, that's wonderful. It gives a nice background. My issue is with the strategy document. Now, what are the two biggest issues that we must face and we must be resilient for? And not just reactive to, but proactive against. What must we assess are the known persistent risks that council faces? One is bushfires, where we've had document 129, Councillor Burst will talk about bushfire in detail, and the other is storms resulting in flash flood. Now, on Christmas Eve 2023, there was a flood. There was a very heavy deluge of rain in the Maroubra area. Now, around Maroubra Beach in particular, there were 17 homes flooded around Bond Street and Bonavista Avenue. What we need to do is realise that we have a $2 million project in the pipeline that could address that issue. But even though it's been 2 years, and even the project was ready to commence even before the December 2023 flood, that work has still not started. Why? We have a total annual budget of about $1.5 million for major works in our stormwater drains. The reality is, we need to be spent, if you've only got $1.5 million, of which about $600,000 for planning and $900,000 for the actual work. given it's a $2 million project, you will not be able to do that in 2 years, even if you neglect every other job. That is why we need to dramatically increase funding to actually start addressing known flood risks and known issues regarding stormwater drainage. The reality is, we could have that. The December 2023 was a fairly minor flood. It may not even be considered a flood, depending on how you count these things. What's happening over the next next few years is we're heading into what's called a La Nina weather pattern. That is the opposite of El Nino. El Nino is where you enter into a drought cycle. What we're expecting is heavy rain. So we know that for the next few years, if you are willing to accept the science on climate change on this point, what we need to do is accept that we are going to have, it's incredibly likely that we will have major floods in the next few years. I have residents who live at the southern end of the Kensington and Centennial Park catchment in West Kingsford, who are being billed $17,000 for flood insurance on their property for a single year. Why? Because the insurance companies expect there to be a hell of a lot of money that gets paid up. There is a major work that could be done where we widen the culvert under Gardiner's Road and enable water to flow freely under that stormwater drain. But we need funding to be able to make that happen. Councillors, we need to put bushfires and floods as our number one and number two goals, because they are known, proven threats that council must address, that council must be resilient to, because they are the biggest threats. We are going to look very foolish if we spend all our time worrying about the other goals in resilience, but not addressing the key issues that people care about. We are spending nowhere near enough money to address the serious issues that are affecting residents, and when a flood does come, ask yourself, how do you want to be seen? How are people going to look back at you on how you voted tonight? Imagine 100 properties get flooded and you turn down the opportunity to dramatically increase our flood funding when dealing with resilience. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Burst as the seconder. I then saw a hand up from Councillor Magna and then Councillor Gordon. Is that right? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Burst.
The Committee for Sydney, they say in their resilience plan, we need a combination of land management changes to reduce catastrophic bushfires. One thing we also need to do to stop catastrophic bushfires, and it's not climate change, it is actually doing burnbacks. And have a guess where we are in New South Wales at the burnbacks that are required to be done in this state. Have a guess what percentage of burnbacks we've achieved so far, and we're how many days out from summer? 12 days, is it? 1st of December, summer? We're at 11%. Let that sink in, 11%. So 89% of our burnbacks have not occurred. So we're going to have catastrophic fires this summer, and it's not going to be because of climate change. It's going to be because every square kilometre of land is going to have too many tonnes of fuel on those areas. And every year you let a square kilometre of land not have a burn back, you increase it by 1 tonne of fuel. Now, we effectively will have tonnes and tonnes of fuel in square metres. So when there's a fire, it's going to be a big fire. Like when you have a bonfire at your home, you put 2 little twigs on, you're not going to have much things happen. You throw more wood on, you're going to have a raging fire. So that's the threat we've got. So we need to focus on bushfire resilience and on flooding resilience. Those are the 2 key things, as Councillor Hay said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
I have a question to the relevant officer through you, Mr. Mayor, in relation to efforts that Council is already undertaking with respect to stormwater drainage. Could we have an explanation as to the current commitment financially and otherwise in that regard?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. Council currently and previously allocates approximately $2.5 to $3 million each year in the capital budget specifically for drainage infrastructure works. In the current budget, we have close to $6 million, but that encompasses $1 million of carryover and also a $2 million grant for the Coogee stormwater version. So again, roughly $3 million year on year, which comprises again of about $1.2 million of the stormwater levy charge and a small amount from the environmental levy for GPTs, about 300 grand, and the rest of the funding is from general revenue. So in that forecast for the roughly 3-year allocation each year, we have got drainage projects, significant drainage projects that we are working on that have arisen from flood studies in previous years, and I can confirm that Bond Street is looking to start probably at the earliest in 2028 in our 4-year program.
Thank you. I have Councillor Gordon, but do you have a question, Councillor Hay?
Yes, follow-up question. Is it true that of that figure, that through the Mayor to the Director of City Services, is it true that that figure includes approximately $1 million spent on gross pollutant traps, flood risk management plans, and minor stormwater assets? So if you look through the stormwater management plan, there's maybe 100 small grates that we're replacing, and almost as part of our curb and guttering program. So approximately, was it 250 on minor assets, 250 on and 250 on flood risk management plans, and 300 or so on gross pollutant traps.
Through to the Director of City Services. Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. Of the roughly $3 million that Council allocates, there is multiple funding streams that do comprise of that $3 million. You are right, Councillor Hay. There's an allocation, as stated, for the GPTs, about 300 grand. We have flood studies in there, and we have another small, stormwater relining program to about 200 grand. We have our own allocation for works that Council can conduct to try and alleviate, to an extent, smaller areas of flooding and flash flooding for residents outside of the major flood works, which Council allocates about 700,000. And then the rest of the component would be to the major works such as Bond Street.
Thank you. Councillor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given that what we've just heard from Councillor Magna and from the Director of City Services, I mean, I personally I have an issue with point G as it relates to a substantial commitment of funds in the next what amounts to a significant chunk of our capital works budget, given that these things are already being addressed. I would also like to invite Councillor Hay anytime to come visit us on the Lurland Bay, Matraville, Malabar and Yarra Bay Floodplain Committee, which is a barrel of laughs. But realistically, what I mean to say is that the council officers and staff already have a substantial amount of money set aside for repairing and supporting our resilience with regards to defence against extreme floods, and we should essentially follow through with the status quo instead of committing such a large quantity of funds on point G of an amendment to a resilience strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. I would like to move an amendment which is that we move as per the recommendation on the business papers.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Magna. Councillor Veitch, please continue.
Look, I take Councillor Hay's points on a number of issues. I think they should potentially be raised as separate motions rather than making a substantive change to a document which has gone through quite a number of committee meetings, workshops, all with, obviously with councillors and expert staff, but drawing in really expert members of the community from all different levels. Many of them will be known to councillors here. So it has taken a really significant amount of work to arrive at a set of very broadly based principles, which in the years to come will obviously come with a suite of actions in our annual operational plans and budgets. The flooding issue is obviously incredibly serious, and I would not disagree with a future motion to address that issue. A significant amount of work has to come from Sydney Water and upgrades to those much larger pieces of stormwater infrastructure. So I do disagree with the topic of bushfires, whereas if you're in certain other parts of New South Wales, clearly the bushfire hazard may well be your number one concern, but in the Randwick LGA we're dealing with other issues. So I think at this stage it would be wise to move, as per the business papers, to put it out for community consultation to get that feedback and then look further down the track. So not ignoring the issues, particularly in relation to flooding. I would respectfully disagree that bushfires are the number one issue in the Randwick LGA. That was certainly not identified by a single one of the people in the committee. That's not myself or the other councillors, but the staff and the expert members who were brought in, including the SES and people who were brought in for the workshops. So, councillors, I hope it's a significant document. It's a bit of a landmark document. I'd like to commend and thank all the staff who have been involved in putting this together, and all of the community members who have generously shared their expertise over a number of months now, and I commend the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Magna on the amendment, and then Councillor Said. Are you speaking on the amendment? Okay. Councillor Magna.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm also very pleased and honoured to be supporting the placement of this resilience strategy on public exhibition, because it's an important piece of work for our community. We do face risks from fire, we do face risks from flooding, we face a lot of risks from climate change, and the piece of work that the council officers and the community has engaged with is a vital one in building community resilience. And that's exactly why I think we should be supporting the recommendation on the business paper. Similar to my colleague, Councillor Veach's comments about community engagement, we had a lot of expertise from our community that were engaging very thoughtfully and deliberately and voluntarily in the preparation of this document. There was also a lot of community consultation that was undertaken by the council staff. They've reached out to diverse communities in our local government area, including, importantly, First Nation representatives, people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, young people, old people, LGBTQIA+ community, local business, the university, the health precinct, emergency services, all broken down in the report by ward, by suburb, by demographic profile. And one of the reasons that community engagement is really important is that the lesson that resilience strategy teaches us is that it's not just about physical infrastructure, it's about community infrastructure and those community networks that allows our community in times of stress to be able to respond to those challenges. And it was also particularly important that they reached out to vulnerable communities, I think, because the evidence shows us that when there are extreme weather events and there are shocks that we can expect in the foreseeable future, it's often those marginalised groups that are hit the hardest, the renters, the low-income earners, the people that are doing it tough, are disproportionately affected, and the resilience strategy and the synthesis report recognises that. So I think it's good that we're going to the next stage and engaging in further consultation. That consultation and the engagement will continue and will only improve and strengthen this document and this process, and allow our community to prepare, adapt and withstand, and hopefully bounce forward. And that's the kind of Randwick community that we want. So I commend the council officers, the resilience team, the sustainability director who's with us tonight for the Herculean work that they've done, and thank my colleagues for the spirit with which they've engaged, and the community members as well. Commend the business paper.
Thank you. Councillor said had a question. I then believe I saw a hand up from. I saw flapping in that corner. So was it then Councillor Hay? Thank you. Councillor said, and then Councillor first.
One quick one, and I could be wrong here, but is this a foreshadowed amendment that we go back to the original motion and the business paper, as per the business paper, or is it an amendment to the motion that's been put forward?
So, Councillor said, my understanding is it is an amendment. Council has the ability to deal with it in either route, but it is an amendment. Is that correct? To substitute.
So it's no longer foreshadowed.
No, it's not foreshadowed. We have an amendment in front of us. Thank you.
My question is that when we talk resilience, at point 2, in accordance with the roadmap, the draft resilience Randwick strategy that strengthened community resilience to local shocks, e.g. storms, coastal hazards, digital outrages. I don't know about the fires, but I do know that a lot of our suburbs are flooding, and unusually so. There's a lot of differences between what's been happening with duplexes, etc., and more covered spaces, and we'd have a lot less sand like we used to in the South Ward especially, and it is flooding a lot. So I commended that it's the previous, in other words, I can't agree with the actual amendment, because I actually think there is a reason to that we should be looking at flooding, and we should be taking it a lot more seriously than we are. And this is a very good report, and a fantastic report that highlights the ideas that flooding is very more prominent than it ever was in our LGA, especially in the South Ward. So I'd really like to go back. So I can't vote for the amendment, but I like the actual idea that we are allocating more and more funds to flooding, and I can name them where they have been, and I've sent reports to a lot of people when we had the rains, and apparently there is meant to be more rain, so we should be fighting for the community to strengthen our resilience.
Councillor Hay? Has Councillor Hay spoken on this already? Not on the amendment.
No,
Councillor
not
Hay.
on the amendment.
Yeah, Councillor Hay.
So I can't accept this amendment. The issue is, firstly, I completely reject Councillor Veach's assertion that bushfire is not a significant threat. We have 2 national parks. We have Convey Botany Bay National Park, which has recorded 3 bushfires a year over the relevant period. I put it in the motion. 3 bushfires a year over the past 40 years. Now, that will be stratified between Lapras and Kurnell, and a lot of those bushfires weren't big. They were contained early. The reality is, that's a matter of luck. If you can't get a fire truck, you can't get the hose where you need it to be on time, that will cause a major fire to blow up. And when that starts spreading, it spreads fast, and there are properties along Gross Avenue, Little Bay, that abut directly onto the Botany Bay National Park, and there's plenty of properties around Broome Avenue, or Broome Street, sorry, South Maroubra that abut onto Malabar Headland National Park. It is a matter of luck that we haven't been caught, and we are already doing hazard reduction burns in these parks. All I'm asking to do is to make a formal commitment that we will continue, and we will work with National Parks and Wildlife Service and whichever rural fire service or whichever most appropriate fire service body to formalise what we've done. And if people are balking at the $5 million figure, this will go to the CFO of the council, Mr. Wong, and it will be ingratiated. And it will be a target that we set. And if it feels appropriate, we can adjust that figure later. But let's set a good, positive target to make a serious step to addressing the actual stormwater issues we have. We are going to look incredibly silly if we say no to addressing the actual floods that happen all across council, and we are hit with a major flood in a couple of years. Now, that's everything I have to say, and perhaps we move to the vote and we'll call a division straight away as well.
Thank you. You will retract it?
Well,
okay, that's fine. Councillor Boost.
Well, I've got two questions. One is looking through this resilience strategy document to the relevant officer. When feedback came back from the different wards, was there apparently some difference in the feedback that came from certain wards, like the North Ward and the South Ward? And could we elaborate if there was a difference in the type of questions we got back?
Thank you. Through to the Manager of Sustainability and Resilience.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there was a difference in the responses that we got from the different wards, and it was what you would expect, closer to the coast, obviously more concerned about, coastal hazards, down the south versus up north as well. Some differences in how safe they felt was one of the larger differences we saw as well. And if you have a look at the synthesis document, there's information in there about the difference that we saw.
And just a follow-up question, actually, it's more a statement. It was only Sunday. We had a fire down in the South Ward. Once again, we saw the orange flames and we saw the smoke. So summer's here, and that happens every year. It unfortunately is the way our environment works and the way our area works as well. There'll always be fires in a park, in a national park.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Okay, so councillors, we have in front of us an amendment moved Veach Magna, which seeks to delete the words contained in the original motion as moved by Councillor Hay and reinstate the wording as per the business paper. All those in favour of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare the amendment carried. It's been a request for a division in the name of Rosenfeld and Hay. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? We have Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin, Said and Burst. I declare the amendment carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Hay, as the mover of the original motion, you don't wish to close the debate. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CP 37/25, VPA Letter of Offer, challenged by Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon, can you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Just as per the business paper.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? So I saw Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari is the seconder. That's not true. That's Councillor Gordon, could you please outline? So do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, just very briefly, let's get that affordable housing.
Thank you. Councillor Asghari. Is the seconder? Do you wish to speak?
Is that my right?
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I have an amendment which I sent through to Mr. Kelly. Which is not to delete any of the points, but to add some points, which is pretty much the same wording that I have put up amendments to similar VPAs in the past. So it's more or less the same wording, which is just noting that, well, actually I've increased the amount because the last time I moved this we had over 2,000. Now we've got probably around 4,000 approved dwellings in the K2K alignment, and the majority of those are very, very expensive student housing and sort of co-living boarding houses. That these are not really going to be affordable for students or people on low or very low incomes. They're not accessible to people with a disability and not suitable for families. And they're not meeting the stated objective of providing a housing option for households excluded from stand or rental tenancies. These developments actually lock out capacity for diverse private dwellings in accessible locations, and that we should be calling on the planning minister to put a moratorium on these types of developments. That we need more public housing and affordable housing, including affordable student housing, to meet the needs of our diverse and growing community. So, councillors, I think these more or less reaffirm positions of council, broadly, I would say, across the political spectrum, I would hope. I think we all agree that we need more housing, but it needs to be affordable, it needs to be well located, close to public transport, and it needs to cater for, different types of households, not just single people, but, share households, families, and so on. So I hope you'll support this amendment.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Willington, can I just go to Councillor Gordon? Do you accept the proposed amendment?
Yeah, I accept.
Thank you. It gets incorporated into the motion. I had a hand up from Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst.
Once again, my concern about all of these developments is, if I'm not mistaken, through the relevant officer, 29 car spaces in this development.
Through to the manager of DA assessment.
Mr. Mayor, the amendments have been reduced to 23 car spaces. Yes.
Thank you. So the problem even gets worse. We've got a parking crisis in Randwick. We haven't got enough parking. As we build more bike lanes, we lose parking. But then we build bike lanes and bike riders don't ride on them. So we're losing parking and we're not getting the value of making those bike lanes. But my question here is, we've got 531 rooms, and we've got 23 parking spots. So where are the people going to park? And if there's any businesses or shops downstairs, where are the people going to park? There's no parking. Are we going to expect everybody to ride up on their bike or get a light rail there? At some point, people need to drive there, and we can see that. And there's even people across the hall that understand you need to get a car to certain locations, certain beach spots, certain areas. So I think we need to have a big rethink. And on this case, I agree with Councillor Veach that we need to go down the path of looking at more private housing for our community. Do we want Kingsford to Kensington to be basically a student alley, and or do we want it to also be a community-led and a vibrant community thing? And you're not going to have that if you've got transient communities there. So we need to think about more housing where people can actually live there and it becomes a community, becomes their home. And they don't just live there for 8 months and go home at the end of the semester. And we need parking spots. Why isn't there a parking spot for every room? This is ridiculous. We've got to start thinking differently, because we're going to be like other towns, we're going to be like Hong Kong, Shanghai, all these places overseas where it's gridlocked, there's traffic everywhere, there's nowhere to park. It becomes crazy. So we need to at some point address this, and I think this is something we need to start looking at.
Sorry, thank you. Before I go to the next speaker, I'm just after a point of clarification for the meeting arising from the comments of Councillor Burst. Through to the relevant officer, could you please clarify the decision we actually have in front of us, please?
It's about taking the cash. I know that. That's the reason we're there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the recommendation is to, it's on page, what's the page, please? The report. Is to that council agrees to the terms contained in the attached letters offer, subject to the Sydney City Planning Panel granting approval to the development, and delegates the general managers, 1, to adjust the inclusion of community infrastructure items and residual monetary contribution as necessary, 2, to update the contribution amounts and payments timing in line with the final approved floor areas and DA conditions, and 3, to review and finalise the legal terms of the letters offer and subsequent VPA, and B, subject to the subsequent endorsement of a VPA.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I have a hand up from Councillor Said. I'll then go to Councillor Gordon.
Actually, I commend Councillor Veach on her amendment, which is now the motion. I was actually going to say the same thing. When I read that this is another, you can never knock back VPAs, and affordable housing is very advantageous to the council, but the only reason why we need affordable units is because if we keep building the student accommodation like we are, and these units cost probably minimum $600 to $700, maybe even $800. So we keep on building totally against our whole dream of K2K. When I first came on council, we voted for K2K, and the whole reason why Kingsford to Kensington was became a dream that came true was that we were going to put up units all along there that had benefits to the whole community. There was going to be 1-bedders, 2-bedders, 3-bedders, and we're going to make it affordable for families of the region to live there. But what we're doing is we're shutting out residents because we keep building these student accommodations hand over fist just about on every corner. And then the actual residents of the LGA can no longer afford to live anywhere else because there's no actual units being built for the people to live in. So our youth who probably can't afford to pay $800 to live in one of these, if their parents move away, or even if their parents can't afford to have them there anymore, they'll probably have to go out west to come back to uni at New South Wales when there used to be about a couple hundred metres down the road. So we really do need, as Point F says, we really do need to say we've got to put a limit on the student accommodation, and we really do need to build for people and families like we originally intended. We were going to have boulevards, we were going to have spaces, green spaces. Kensington to Randwick was going to be, it was an architectural drawn master plan that was really terrific, and it actually has not come to fruition whatsoever. There's only one building out of the whole lot, the Kensington, and they're going to be unaffordable. So the people of our LGA, especially in the West Ward, can no longer afford to live here. It's a real shame. But we'll take the 3 units because the people who probably end up in those affordable units will be the people that used to live in the area but they had to move out and they can come back again. So I endorse that part.
Councillor, if I go to you, Councillor Gordon, you're closing the debate. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I have to concur with everything that Councillor said has said. As you know, I hate taking the money because I align this to prostitution. We prostitute ourselves by allowing these developers to have extra floors than they ever wanted in the first place, and we take their money. By the time we pool all our money together, we probably won't be able to afford to even buy half a unit because Councillor said is correct. The housing component, the only bit of housing component that's being built at the moment, the Kensington, is somewhere near about $1 million for a 1-bedroom little boxy unit without a car space. And if you want the car space, you have to pay another, I think it was about another $80,000 or $90,000 for the privilege, which for a lot of people is really out of the question. We have been inundated now with this housing for students that I question the university as they must be bursting at the seams in these classrooms to have the need for this type of accommodation, and they're building more on their own land. K2K was never meant to be this. Somebody got paid truckload of money in a competition to design something that I was told exactly. You know, we were going to have the Boulevard Anzac. We were going to be able to have our gelato as we strolled down the street after we went to a cultural show in the Skate building, which is a room in the dungeon that nobody would ever want to go in, you know, like, so whilst I'm happy to support the motion, I'm just unhappy that dollars flow with it.
Councillor Magna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is exactly the kind of development that our community needs, and I commend the council. The voluntary planning agreement will secure $17 million worth of combined contributions, $2.5 million worth of community infrastructure, and $15 million worth of affordable housing. This is securing real community benefit from new development. It's the kind of work-in-kind component that builds the kind of community infrastructure that we want. My only criticism of the business paper is that we need a higher resolution depiction so that we can see more clearly the water-sensitive urban design and the streetscape improvements that I think will be a welcome feature for everyone in the Kensington to Kingsford community. The type of street path upgrades, the tree planting, the laneway activation, water-sensitive urban design, all paid for by developer contributions. And on student housing, why can't students have housing? We've got one of the greatest public institutions, one of the greatest universities in our community. Students study there. Students don't want to schlep all the way from remote regional areas. And they come from internationally. They come from all around the world to study at UNSW. Why shouldn't they have quality accommodation? And on the parking issue, why do we need parking when it's right across the road from a sustainable form of transport in the form of world-class light rail? And why shouldn't they ride to university just up the road on a beautiful bike path that our community is going to deliver? So I commend the paper. I think on the point, Ray is delegated by this resolution to do the detailed work that will be necessary to finesse the technical details, to ensure that it reflects the value for money that our community deserves in the negotiations with the developer. And that's exactly the kind of commitment that this council should be endorsing. So I commend the business paper to the council.
Okay. Councillor Luxford has a question.
I forgot to ask a question in all of that. Through to the relevant officer, is it true that the name of Kensington and Kingsford is going to change to Keki?
Through to the General Manager.
No.
Thank you. Okay. There being no further speakers, Councillor Gordon, do you wish to close the debate?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I mean, notwithstanding everything else that we've discussed, we have $15 million sitting on the table and we're arguing here as to how and why it got there. That's kind of not... No, we either vote this up and take the money, or we vote this down and get the housing and not get the money. And second of all, I mean, recognising that thanks to the amendment moved by Councillor Veach, recognising that we do need a diverse mix of housing types in our area to suit people of all ages and occupations. I mean, I don't buy some of the as Councillor Magna pointed out, some of the things that have been said about students not being real residents. I'm pretty sure I'm the only student.
Sorry, Councillor Gordon will be heard in silence. Thank you.
I am pretty sure that I am the only student in this room, unless the mayor is doing any retraining. But no, that's not okay. Cool. I am the only student in this room. I pay taxes. I vote. I think that I need housing, students need housing. Yes, we need to offer a diverse mix of housing types, but this kind of, I hear comments from other councillors around this table that are saying, well, they're just students. Their needs don't matter and they're going to be gone anyway in 8 months. So,
Actually, point of order, Mr. Mayor, that is completely wrong. I was actually defending the students.
Sorry.
Can you understand that there's going to be? Do you actually think that regional people are going to pay $800 to $900 a week to live in an escape apartment?
Sorry.
Do you actually think
Councillor said.
we
Councillor
actually said all we wanted to do
Councillor
was
said.
to build affordable houses for our
Councillor
residents?
said. Thank you. A point of order needs to be a point of order under the Code of Meeting. No, it wasn't. You were engaging in further debate. Councillor.
Actually, the point of order that Councillor said couldn't get to is that Councillor Gordon did impugn the motives of Councillor said.
Okay.
His Labor colleague
Yeah,
that doesn't respect 8 years.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I was listening quite carefully to the remarks of Councillor. Okay. Look, Councillor said has been assisted in this point of order by Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Burst. Nevertheless, I'm no closer to agreeing with you that it constitutes a valid point of order. Councillor Gordon, please continue.
thank you. All I'm saying is that students pay taxes, students vote, students need housing. Yes, we need a diverse mix of housing types, and that has been addressed in the context of this motion. But I will always push back against this sort of students aren't real residents motive. And yeah, I mean, that's all I have to say, really. I don't know whether we're even debating this.
Another point of order. Never did I ever imply that. So my point of order is, can you please ask the councillor to retract that? Because all I was saying was that if there is we'll end up with so much of student accommodation that we'll have nowhere for residents to live. And at the same time, students who might want to live in an apartment and share with some friends who could probably afford to pay $200 or $300 a week, and they can get an apartment in Kingsford and they can share 3 or 4. If they go to Scape, they can't share, which is $800 a week.
Councillor
I
Gordon.
never said anything about. I've got nothing against
Councillor
students.
said, you have literally just repeated the behaviour again in relation to it. I have ruled on the point of order. Councillor Gordon, that there was no point of order. Councillor. Thank you. Councillor. That's fine. You're more than welcome to, Councillor said. Councillor Gordon is in the middle of his remarks. Have you concluded your remarks?
Yes, I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There is now, the only question that we have in front of us is the actual motion as moved by Councillors Gordon and Asghari. All those, it being a planning matter, I believe a record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Hamilton, Veach, Hay, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asghari, Wilson, Said, Burst, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? Thank you. Declare that, against is Councillor Luxford. Thank you. Declare that carried. We now move on to CP 39/25, challenged by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I will then call for a seconder.
I would like to move it as per the recommendation, but I would like to note on page 73, it's good to see that with the flight plan changes and the LTOPs that impacts we've had, where effectively the planes are taking off further north when they're on runway 16L or 16R. So what happens, instead of coming more over Kurnell, they're coming over Lapperouse. So that impacts noise in our area. So to be able to monitor this and follow this up and have some sort of controls in place certainly helps. And it's, as we note, from July 24 through to January 25, there was a greater level of noise coming out of that area because there was more planes taking over Lapperouse and Chifley and surrounding areas of Malabar. So I sort of commend that we've got this report out there and that we're actually we're identifying that there is impacts, and our challenge will be how do we stop these impacts? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington is the seconder.
I am pleased to be able to second the this report. I think I would like to express appreciation to council officers for having done a really fantastic amount of thinking and research in relation and to writing council's response to Sydney Airport Master Plan. It's very pleasing to see the amount of care and the amount of detail, particularly in relation to the extreme pressure that an international airport places on the community and the environment. The amount of extra pressure that's going to be placed on the environment and on the residents of Randwick in relation to the increased use of the Sydney International Airport is quite amazing, and the risks that will be posed that will add to the contamination that's already present in the environment, the risks of increasing PFAS exposure, other chemical exposure, the creeping additive risks to the environment, compounded by the possibility of extraordinary shocks to the environment from possible extraordinary and calamitous accidents. And I think that council officers have done a great job pointing those risks out and raising concerns in relation to the very real and present dangers that may be visited upon Randwick's residents, and I thoroughly commend their response to the report. Thank you to the council officers.
Thank you. Councillor Sibb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to thank the council officers for their submissions, especially as Councillor Burse has alluded to, that in their submission that La Perouse was left out, but Kurnell was taken into account. When we were at a few years ago, Sydney Airports came out to talk to the Matraville precinct, and at the time, residents of La Perouse, Little Bay, Phillip Bay, said they've had way more flight paths over the top of their suburbs than they've ever had, and the actual representative from the airports admitted it and said virtually they're meant to go out through the heads of Botany Bay, but they take a shortcut over La Perouse when they go north. So that was why this would have been vital, as the council officers have said, to make a submission about what was been happening at La Perouse. Unfortunately, they haven't, but I commend the council officers for trying to get that in there.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors, I might suggest, it's all right, I might suggest that we take a 10-minute break and we return at 9:30. I now adjourn the meeting until 9:30. Thank you. Thank you. I reopen the ordinary November council meeting at 9:30-ish. So, councillors, please be seated. Councillor Hay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion to bring forward notice of motion 98 of 25. We have two members of the audience who have been sitting here with us very admirably and stoically through 2 hours of town planning discussion. And we're only up to page, I think it's 91 of the business paper, and this item is page 227. I don't want them to have to wait till midnight, so if we could bring that forward, that discussion now, that would be greatly appreciated. The Australia Day 2026 flag giveaway.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Seconded by Councillor Burst. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Martin, as the mover of NM 98/25, could you please move your motion? I will then call for a seconder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is according to the business paper. I don't think I need to particularly go through it all. Would you like me to speak to it?
Yes.
My motion is about the lead up to Australia Day initiative and an Australian flag giveaway. Australia Day is a time for us to come together as a community to celebrate who we are as Australians, to reflect on what unites us, and to look forward to the future we continue to build together. This proposal for a flag giveaway would be a simple but meaningful, kind gesture from Council to encourage that sense of national pride and togetherness in our community. The Australian flag is a symbol of our shared identity, one that represents our freedom, opportunity, and the many contributions they've shaped our nation. By providing flags to residents through this free community giveaway, Council helps people take part in Australia Day positively and visibly by displaying the flag on their home, fence or balcony. I believe this initiative strengthens community spirit and civic pride. The ballot draw system offers a clear, transparent and equitable process for our residents. By asking householders to register, we ensure that every interested resident has an equal chance to receive a flag without any queues, confusion or duplication that can happen with random giveaways. It allows Council to manage stock reasonably and responsibly, prevent waste, and ensure that flags are going to households who generally wish to display them. This is a simple, respectful and well-governed approach that reflects good community practice and sound planning. The Service Centre at Council acts as an ideal way for residents to collect their flags after the draw. It was suggested to me recently that any resident can go to your local federal MP's office and pick up the flag. Coincidentally, I'd already rung the member's office and to ask about a flag. The young gentleman on the phone replied, "No, sorry, we don't give them out to residents. That's not our policy." I think this is a way for Council to demonstrate leadership in promoting unity and celebration. I also believe this is an opportunity for Council to uphold its proud tradition of supporting community events that honour our nation and our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burst is the seconder of the motion. Councillor Burst.
I'll reserve the right at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment. I think it's been sent through. The gist of the amendment is just some changes to make this essentially giving away the free flags and some other incidental stuff around photography and welcome packs and such.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, do you accept the amendment?
Would you consider incorporating it in my motion?
No.
You need to accept it. Okay.
I believe that since they're materially different because of the nature of the competition versus
Councillor Scaris. Yep. Okay. No.
Completely negative.
Yes.
Materially different.
Councillor Gordon is the mover. I'll call for a seconder of the amendment. Councillor Ascari.
Point of order.
Yes.
You're directing traffic and nodding your head and you're shaking your head and you're doing all kinds of stuff. You haven't actually allowed Councillor Martin to finish what she was saying because she had so many other people speak. And you're waving your arms around, nodding and shaking your head and starting to cut her off.
Councillor Gordon
Martin
is
is either accepting or rejecting
Councillor
amendment.
Hamilton, thank you. Councillor Gordon is the councillor with carriage of the matter in front of us, which is the amendment. The procedure is then, after he's moved the amendment, I ask Councillor Martin if she accepts the amendment. She has then asked for further clarification to Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon has conveyed that they are not the same. Councillor Martin, do you accept that amendment?
Yes, probably Councillor said is prompting me to say that actually in Councillor Dexter's words, it is actually a completely different amendment to my notice of a motion, and it does bring rise to perhaps a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice in 10.5.
So, is that a point of order in that regard?
It's a point of order, yes.
Yes?
Point of order.
Okay, thank you. I will seek clarification from the General Manager. Mr.
Point
General
11.
Manager, do you believe that the amendment is in order?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first reading is the amendment is in order. Councillor Gordon has put some doubt into it while saying it's materially different. So if your view is materially different, then that would be an issue. If it's not materially different because it talks about flags, then it would be in order.
Make a point of clarification very quickly. My comment was simply to say that I don't see a way in which the two amendments could be sensibly merged, not that this amendment deviates materially from the substance of what is being moved.
Thank you for that. So just to confirm, Councillor Martin, do you seek... Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin. Not you, Councillor Burst, Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, do you accept the proposed amendment which seeks to delete the other words in yours and to substitute it with that particular text?
I do. I don't have a choice.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, it now is in front of, so we have in front of us, thank you, it remains in the name of Martin and Burst. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Asgari? Councillor Asgari.
I really like the idea and I support Caroline Martin because I believe that citizenship and becoming a new citizen is very important to our new Aussies. But I think a flag giveaway may be seen by some as mostly symbolic. So adding an educational or community building element could help give it more substance and value. I have some suggestions, as might be also mentioned in Councillor Gordon's amendment, like a small handheld flag or quality cloth flag is one of the most traditional gifts, and also native plant or seeding that Randwick Council is already offering to people. But other option can be indigenous art or acknowledgement card, as we have a lot of Aboriginal in our area. Welcome pack is another option, a reusable bag containing local maps or guides, library membership info, community service brochures, local events calendar, or a commemorative pin or badge like Australian citizenship collar pin. Other option is small gift items, often low cost but meaningful, such as bookmark with Australian symbols or a fridge magnet. The other very important thing I think is photo opportunity. As I've mentioned, as I've noticed that many people take photos, but it costs them a lot of money because they have to pay to the photographer. Maybe a free photo opportunity for new citizens to take a keepsake picture with their family be another good option. And as an academic background, I would like to also suggest a welcome educational booklet. Educational gifts help new citizens not only celebrate but also understand and engage with Randwick's unique identity. It's indigenous.
Thank you. There's been a point of order that the speaker should be heard in silence. I agree with that point of order. hold it. Thank you.
Educational gift help new citizens not only celebrate but also understand and engage with Randwick's unique identity, its indigenous heritage, coastal environments, civic systems, and community service. And also a beautifully designed booklet containing local history, including First Nations heritage, Bidjigal and Gadigal country, key environmental features, coastline, reserve, marine life, services available to families, migrants, and students, local emergency, health and support contacts, recycling, sustainability, and water saving information. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? That is true. Now, look, I will allow that, and then I've got a councillor said.
What can I say? The intent of this motion was so people could fly an Australian flag in front of their house. It's now been hijacked to something different. I attend every citizenship ceremony. I'm Mr. Citizenship. I get up there and I'm standing next to the mayor, and the mayor actually tells us over 100 times, I've heard him say it, his favourite activity as a mayor is to sit over and preside over a citizenship ceremony. It's his favourite activity he does. We in Randwick City Council have the best citizenship ceremonies across Sydney. We interact more with the new Australian citizens. There's photo sessions afterwards. There's photo sessions during the session. In most City of Sydney, they just do a group photo. At Waverley, they do group photos. We make it a very personal, intimate thing. We give them a nice plant, and we give them a lamington and a typical Australian plant. Some of this stuff, even the mayor says that when we give them a plant or give them the cake, that it's kitsch, but it's cute, and it's like someone's new citizenship. You follow the plant, you help it grow, like your citizenship. You grow, you get involved in the community, but we're now moving away from what we're actually trying to do, which was to have a flag that people could put up in their houses, and now we're going to have these little handheld made in China flags. We've also now putting...
Point of order.
Sorry, I will hear the point of order. Councillor Burst, could you please sit down? Thank you.
I think that was potentially meant to be quite offensive. Saying that a flag was made in a particular country. Did you think the flags in the original motion, where did you think they were meant to be? Sorry, this is a point of order.
Yep.
I think that was actually... What was the relevance of that? It's really offensive.
Actually, I can answer that. I'll answer that to
Thank you. Look, it's Councillor Burst. A point of order has been raised. That is not to say that I agree with the point of order. Equally, though, the councillor who made it should be heard in silence, and there should certainly not be interjections across the table in relation to it. What I would say, however, is I think that you're being broadly relevant to the motion, and while I do accept that a range of opinions could be taken as it relates to those comments, I do take it that Councillor Burst was addressing it from a substantive terms in terms of his genuine belief. Therefore, I don't believe that there is a point of order. This is him engaging in the debate. Councillor Burst, could you please continue? And I'd remind all councillors to keep their comments as close to the motion at hand as possible. Thank you. Councillor Burst.
For those that weren't aware or didn't know, the original flag that we're talking about, that Councillor Martin put up, was talking about, is actually made in Australia. So that was one of the important statements, was it's made in Australia. People can fly an Australian flag that's made in Australia proudly in their properties. And what we're doing is we're now washing that under the carpet and moving away from that. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful that we're changing that. And it just makes me wonder about some people that have got Australian citizenship.
So, Councillor Burst.
Sorry, this is just,
Yeah,
this
so-
is really
yeah,
crossing a line here.
Councillor Burst.
We have people in this room
Councillor
from a
Veitch-
range of different backgrounds, and I would actually
Councillor
ask the
Veitch-
councillor to be really
yes,
aware of that.
yes.
Have you actually looked around the room? Who's
Councillor,
sitting in here?
hello, councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Burst, I will ask you to withdraw that particular comment. Sorry, Councillor Burst, you withdraw it?
People are either proud of the Australian flag or they're not.
Okay. Just anyway, look, for the benefit of the meeting, I'm going to continue, but I just want to be really, really clear in terms of the conduct of all councillors.
And can you also ask Councillor Veitch to stop?
Councillor Hamilton, I just said all councillors. In relation to this, we will treat each other with respect, and I would also like to emphasise that the manner in which we engage needs to be in a manner that is upholding of the office of councillor, recognising that there is a diverse set of members of the community in relation to that, and I strongly encourage us to both behave in a respectful manner and be conscious of our language. Now, are there any further speakers? Councillor Luxford, then Councillor Said, and then Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I can't support this motion as it is now. It all just doesn't make sense. We are already giving people who get their citizenship, as it's been noted, the plant, an Australian native, they get their Lamington, whatever, morning tea, whatever. They're able to take photographs themselves, so they're already getting free photos because not everyone takes up the paid photographer, but they do they have their friends standing there, because I too have attended many citizenships myself. So this whole motion that's been changed from the original idea that I think Councillor Martin was trying to get across is rubbish. It just doesn't make sense, that we already give, and most of these people have been in the country for quite some time before. You don't walk into Australia and get citizenship tomorrow. So it does take quite some time for some people. It's quicker for others, but on the whole, these people have to be here for quite some time before they actually can become and apply to be citizens. And most, coming on a range of different visas, depending on what visa, how long, etc., etc. So they already know where the library is. They already know about our beaches. They already know their way round, so I don't think they really need a map. So the only thing that's nice about it is a commemorative pin or badge, which I'm sure they'd wear with pride, that might have the Australian flag or something on it. But as for the rest of it, rubbish, and I can't support, and perhaps foreshadow a motion that we go back to the original intent, or go back to the intent of the original motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Said.
Actually, can I ask a question? Is that possible?
Thank you.
We can foreshadow the motion.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Currently, councillors, we only have one motion in front of us because it was accepted by Councillor Martin. So Councillor Luxford could actually just move an amendment.
Point of order. At the last council meeting, Councillor Veitch refused to accept an amendment. Perhaps it wasn't Councillor Veitch, it was someone. They refused to accept an amendment. We had an extensive debate, and then they decided to. Councillor Luxford. There you go. They accepted the amendment after a very long period of time.
Because you're going to vote for me.
There you go. Why is it acceptable to to initially refuse an amendment and then accept it perhaps 10 minutes later, but you can't do the opposite where you accept an amendment and then 10 minutes later reverse your acceptance?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's actually what's happening. So there was a motion moved by Councillor Martin seconded by Councillor Burst. There was an amendment then moved by Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Asgari. That amendment was subsequently accepted by Councillor Martin. Therefore, the only thing we have on the books at the moment is a motion which we're debating, which is Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Burst's motion. Councillor Luxford has asked if she could foreshadow an amendment. My advice was that at the moment we only have one motion on the books. So if you wish to, you could have an amendment right now.
Thank you. Are there any... Sorry. Councillor Luxford is seeking to move an amendment. Is that correct? Okay. Councillor Luxford, you're moving what amendment exactly?
Let me think. That we go back to the original motion and perhaps explore ways in which we can provide Australian flags to our residents.
Thank you. Councillor Said? Okay, Councillor Said seconds it. Are there any further speakers on the amendment?
No, I'm going to speak on it.
Hang on, but... Sorry, Councillor Said as the seconder of the amendment.
Why I agree with Councillor Luxford here, because the original motion was a well-intended motion that within a budget of $5,000, that possibly before Australia Day, we have some sort of ballot or community recognition or registration that perhaps we'd give away 5, because I found out today they're about $70 each, that you give away 5 or 6, maybe 10 flags per ward, and that they can proudly fly on Australia Day. And that's all it was intending. The change to the actual, the new amendment that was accepted, as Councillor Luxford said, and we know this because we've attended many citizenships, those people have been here for about 7 years on the average. Some have been here even longer, 20 years. I met a couple that were here for 40 years. So I don't think they need tokenistic little plastic flags or bags or maps or anything like that. And even the free photos, they're not cheap, those photos. The way that the motion has been changed, it could cost council up to $5,000 every citizenship. We've got 100 people sometimes. And it just seems like we've just gone overboard. Everyone is so excited about becoming an Australian citizen, and all they want to do is just get their certificate, meet up with their family and celebrate the whole thing that they've now become a citizen of probably one of the better countries in the world. And they're so excited. I don't think any tokenistic pins or maps or bags are really going to change their opinion that they're so proud to become an Australian. Yet, in the future, they can actually go into the draw and they might get an Australian flag. And as Councillor Martin said before, the federal member can't give out flags. They only give it out to organisations, not-for-profit organisations, schools. So if you're a resident, you have to go out and buy it yourself. This is just a way that we're helping residents, probably only 20 to 30, maybe 50 at the most, get an Australian flag. And that's all that was intended. And unfortunately, it just got completely hijacked and completely changed. So I'm going back to the original amendment, original motion.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment moved Luxford said? The intent of the amendment is to return to the original text, which is contained on the business paper, which which relates to a competition rather than a range of other things relating to citizenship ceremonies. Are there any further speakers on the amendment moved Luxford said? There being no further speakers on the amendment, okay, there's been a request for a division. Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Rosenfeld. Okay, thank you. All those in favour of the Luxford said amendment, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, said Burst. All those against. We have Willington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asgari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. We now return to the substantive debate. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Martin, would you like to close the debate?
Thank you. Naturally, I'm disappointed the original motion did not proceed. I'd like to speak to a couple of things. Councillor Veach's comment about the flags. The quotes I did make and receive and had conversations with the flag maker was Australian flag, and it was made in Australia as well. Councillor Luxford, I agree, the citizens that are out there taking their citizenship ceremony on the night, sometimes they've been in Australia 5 and 7 years. Yes, they do have all this already, so I agree with that as well. My intention simply was to offer a straightforward Australian flag giveaway to our residents to display on their houses, something I'm sure many would have appreciated. The amendment has taken the motion in a different direction. Councillor Gordon himself says it was actually materially different. And although it's not what I proposed, I hope it still delivers something positive on Australia Day.
Thank you. We'll now put it. There's been a request for a division from Councillors Hamilton and Rosenfeld. All those in favour, raise your hand. All those in favour. Councillors Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Hay, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asgari, Wilson, Burst, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against. Councillors Luxford and Said. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Okay, we now move to back to the staff report. Thank you, councillors. We now move to the staff reports. CS 65/25, publicly accessible automated external defibrillators, challenged by Councillor Magna. Councillor Magna, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'd like to move, as per the business paper, in an amended fashion with a new paragraph C that has been provided to Mr. Kelly and is on display for an additional point C, implementing a community education program in partnership with New South Wales Ambulance, St John Ambulance or similar organisations to promote awareness of AED locations and public safety apps and ensure the registration of council-owned AEDs on the Good Sam registry and the New South Wales Ambulance database.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Willington. Councillor Magna.
Look, the report, I think, was an excellent report, inspired by a mayoral minute that you brought, Mr. Mayor, that proposed practical evidence-based approach to AEDs. We had the incident where the AED that was utilised was not fit for purpose because it wasn't plugged in, it hadn't been maintained appropriately. The business paper is a very detailed piece of work that has a staged rollout of AEDs across the local government area. It's known that AEDs, if they're deployed quickly, can save lives in the event of a cardiac arrest. The amendment seeks to strengthen the motion because having AEDs is half the battle. People need to know where they are and then how to use them. And I know that this was reflected in your mayoral minute. It was reflected in the business paper, but it wasn't actually reflected in the recommendation. So that's the amendment is making that clear from the mayoral minute, because unregistered AEDs mean that people just can't find them, and AEDs that aren't regularly maintained may not provide the shock and the necessary assistance when they're utilised in the event of a cardiac arrest.
Thank you. Councillor Willington is the seconder.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to encourage everybody to vote for this in an amended fashion. It's a very important initiative. And speaking from my many years working in medicine and in both sometimes having to perform resuscitation, sometimes teaching resuscitation, I think that the amendment's very important in order to give the community confidence. You really don't need to know a great deal. You just have to have confidence that if you use an AED, it will tell you what to do. And I'm sure that our comms area will come up with some great ways to let the community know what to do and to be, have a go, because it does make a difference and will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfield?
Yeah, no, I support the motion. As you might remember, I brought a motion for a defibrillator at Nagle Park after the Randwick Rugby Club asked for it. It was installed earlier this year, and the club feedback has been very positive to me. So great to see that we're doing a review of the whole LGA, given the fact that not only Randwick Rugby, but the people who frequent the park with dogs and others also gave great thanks to the council for doing that. So good to see this motion in action.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Magdy, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS 66/25 Kokoda Park, John Calapitas Memorial Playground and World's Reserve. Public Amenities Assessment challenged by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
So I'd like to move this recommendation in an amended fashion, and I think the amendment is, do we have the amendment there?
It's just up.
Oh, beautiful, I can't see. Very good. So the amendment is to strike out the words that are there already in point B and insert the new point B. To consider budget allocation for standard toilet facilities in a future year at Kokoda Park, John Calapitas Memorial Playground, and small low-cost facilities at Purcell Park, Matraville.
Thank you. Councillor Veach, do you second it? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Luxford, please talk to your motion.
So I brought forward this motion whenever, and it was in response to parents that have been at the various parks around, particularly the John Calapitas Park, which is on one corner of Kensington Oval, and the toilet block being in the grandstand facing Cottenham Avenue right on the other side. Parents struggle with children to get that far in one go. So they were asking for a small toilet block. It doesn't even need to be anything fancy, but I envisage something like the toilets we used to have at Kingsford and the one at Randwick, just something where a parent can take their child into a bathroom safely and successfully. So I'm glad to see that Kokoda Park is also being considered, but yeah, it would be grateful to have these toilet blocks considered in future budget and put in as soon as we can do so.
Thank you. Councillor Veach is the seconder. I'll then go to Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, and yes, I'm really happy to support this motion as it's been amended. That is an incredibly popular playground, as most of our playgrounds are, and the toilets up there at the grandstand are really they're also in need of an upgrade. They're quite a long way from the playground, and they're really not very nice, I have to say. They're built for sports people to go in and run. It's not really suitable for families, I don't think. So Kensington Oval and Kensington Park, they're very popular. It's a very popular park. It's very well used. It's in a really high density area of our LGA, and so it'll be great to get some proper toilets there.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Purcell Park is very important to the people of the South Ward, and to see a toilet facility there is going to make a big difference. We've had requests for it. We've now got an outdoor gym thanks to Councillor Burst and others. But in saying that, that was, I remember when I first took it over, it was, I think, leased land from the paper mill. If not, it may have even been a gift. But it started off with humble beginnings, let's put it that way. But since then, it's grown into a massive and a magnificent park. So this particular amenity will just be another jewel in the crown in the South Ward. We've got a gym, we've got playground facilities, and this amenities block will make a big difference. And I congratulate the council for considering us as part of its new plan. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a hand up from... To be fair, before I go to Councillors Said and Burst, Councillor Hay had been gesturing prior, so I'll go to Councillor Hay.
I'll be very brief. Kensington Town Centre does not have any public toilets, and so I'm very, very excited about seeing that happen and seeing Kokoda Park be the site. So I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Luxford. Obviously, the recommendation was to have no toilets in Calipeta, so she's obviously struck a very good deal that if she gets hers in Calipeta's Park, we get one in Purcell Park, so I thank her for doing the deal. And let's move on, and even though just about everyone who uses Purcell Park tells me they don't really need one, but thank you for doing that deal, and it's appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
I'm certainly looking forward to toilets in Purcell Park. I've tried previously and been unsuccessful. So thank you, Councillor Luxford. You've had success where I haven't. I got the outdoor gym, but we haven't had the toilets. So it's great to now complete that park. Children's playground, outdoor gym, and toilets. So we've got the trifecta. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any? Thank you, councillors. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate?
No, only just to say thank you for the reports and thank you in advance for our toilets.
Thank you.
Danny's not the only one that can get toilet.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to Nagle Park lighting for passive recreation, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Just as per the business paper.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon as a seconder.
And basically, this is something I've been working on, as a lot of you know, for a long, long time. There are a lot of people that have been an off-leash dog park, do exercise their dogs year-round, and the fact that the trial was supported so well, and that 80% of people were in favour of having lights 5 nights a week and 76% of additional lights, shows you the community need for this facility, and really support the recommendation in the report. They are a responsible. Majority of them are very responsible with the dogs, and they pick up the mess and everything else. So they really excited to see this come to fruition, and fully support the motion.
Councillor Gordon as a seconder.
Thank you, and like Councillor Rosenfeld, I'm really excited to see this happen, and I'm glad to see that Central Ward councillors have a bit of a unity ticket when it comes to more improved lighting for our parks. Just last meeting, I remember us talking about Coral Sea Park, so it's good to see Nagle put on that list as well for more improved lighting, which would lead to safety for park users, dog owners, and residents. So happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
I'd like to commend Councillor Rosenfeld for this motion with the lights. I remember when we were talking about this back in November 2022, we actually saw the light a little bit earlier when we got the lights for Chifley Reserve for the women's baseball. And we just continued to see the light, and it was more about continuing on with that mantra. So congratulations, well done, and it's good to see we'll get more community out there, walking around, getting fit, getting exercise, good for their dogs. Fantastic. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, Councillor Rosenfeld, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, thank you.
Am I right?
I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. CC 38/25, investigation of the significance assessment for the collections of John Can, challenged by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, could you please outline what it is you are moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'd like to move it as per the recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Said. Councillor Burst.
And thank the Director of Community and Culture and the team. for putting forward this executive summary. John Cann, as we all know, is an absolute living legend in South Ward and in Randwick. He's a snake man. He knows everything about La Perouse and about Randwick. The information, the slides, the photos, the knowledge he has, from Hill 60 through to everything that's happened out at the transmission station and so on. John is a living human encyclopedia. So it's great that we're able to now hold some of his information and look at establishing a document, the John Cann Reference Collection. So I commend this motion and look forward to more work being done to protect the legacy and the information that John has. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Said is the seconder. I'll then go to Councillor D'Souza.
I'd like to thank the director for bringing back the report, and as in the executive summary, it was a motion by Councillor Burst and myself that council officers bring back this report investigating the significance of assessment, because we both knew how important John Cann was to La Perouse area, and hopefully maybe he can take up about 5% of the La Perouse Museum in the future, which he already has, but he can stay there.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the third South Ward councillor, I too fully support the report that our officers have brought forward. Is there a problem? Because I'm getting tired, Mr. Mayor, of being bullied by some. There is medication for people like that, you know.
Councillors, councillors. All councillors will be held in silence. Separately to that, councillors will not make aspersions over the table. What I will suggest, Councillor Hamilton, is that you sit down. Councillor D'Souza, please continue your remarks and please keep it to the substantive
Point of
content.
order, Mayor. No way is Councillor D'Souza allowed to point out someone across the room and tell them that there's medication for their condition. He needs to retract those comments because they are outrageous and completely uncalled for, considering I'm sitting here not saying a single word.
Okay. Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Hamilton has requested if you would like to retract.
Mr. Mayor, I'm quite happy to retract it. As a pharmacist, I'm well aware of medication and those who need it and those that don't. But in saying that, I'm happy to retract it. But you and others have seen, and I get text messages, behaviour of some councillors is very disrespectful, Mr. Mayor. I too have feelings. I'm not a rock. Definitely. But in saying that, are we going to...
Councillor D'Souza, please continue. Please continue.
Look, Mr. Mayor...
Seriously.
So,
the councillor mentioned he's getting text messages from other councillors. Can you please name those?
No,
councillor. We're being accused.
No. Sorry.
Of doing
Thank you,
harmful.
councillors. Thank you.
We've been. I want to know who.
Councillor said. You're really not helping, Councillor Burst. Councillor said there's not a point of order in relation to it. I will give a very firm reminder, councillors, that all of your conduct needs to be in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor said, thank you, I apologise. There's no point of order there. Councillor D'Souza, could you please continue?
Mr. Mayor, there's no doubt that John Cann is an icon, Mr. Mayor, someone respected in our community. And what this report does, it confirms what we already know, and we should glorify it. I also am happy because it will also glorify the many snakes that he looked after. At the end of the day, the snakes are just important as the people that looked after them. So this is a great opportunity, a win-win situation for community. And I thank the council and its officers for doing that report. And I thank the councillors, the two that continually have a go at me. But in saying that...
Point of order. Point of order.
Look, I will hear the point of order, but it needs to be a point of order under the Code of Meeting Practice.
1511.
Councillor Burst has made the point.
1511. Point D, using offensive or disorderly words. Point C, and F as well. Yes.
Thank you.
And point F.
Okay, look, thank you, Councillor First. I have been listening to the comments of Councillor D'Souza, and I don't believe that that would constitute that at all, so I rule that there is no point of order. Councillor D'Souza, please continue. Before I do
You
though...
need to tell him to tone it down.
Councillor Burst.
Who's running the meeting?
Thank you. Councillors, the conduct of this meeting has been pretty outrageous from a range of you, and I just want to be crystal clear, from this point on, I will not under any circumstances hesitate to throw a councillor out, because this really has crossed a line. Councillor D'Souza, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all I want to say is I was actually praising those councillors for bringing the notice of motion or bringing this to council's attention. So I wasn't being negative, I was being supportive. But in saying that, coming back to the real issue, John Cant, a great man, I actually knew him, I looked after his family as a pharmacist, but in saying that, I'm glad that council is bringing the community together, and like others, it's recognising a really important member of our community who's done wonderful things for that area with his snake show, etc. He brought people to La Perouse when there weren't many things happening. We had the markets, we've had the black markets, we had the Boomerang, Jojo Timbri, and things like that. But the Can family has done so much to bring La Perouse up to scratch. And in saying that, I'm glad the council's moved in a positive way on this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Burst, do you wish to close the debate?
No.
Thank you. Now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now return to, sorry, I apologise, councillors, we did skip an item. In the supplementary business paper, CS 68, 25, investigation into festoon lighting, Coogee Bay Road and Meek Street Plaza. It was challenged by Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Thank you. I'd like to...
Sorry, okay, I'll just... I heard you. You've interrupted your colleague. I just like
Councillor
to hear
Hamilton seconding.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I heard you. I'd like to hear what Councillor Martin was saying as the member with carriage currently. Councillor Martin.
I'd like to move it as per the business paper recommendation.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. That's how we do it. Thank you. Please continue.
I'd like to congratulate council staff for their executive summary on their thorough work in investigating the festoon lighting proposal on Coogee Bay Road and Meeks Plaza, and for noting my initial motion on the 26th of August with the original motion. I appreciate the effort that has gone into this and the detailed response provided. The consultation results make it very clear that our community strongly supports moving forward with this trial. I hope you support this and look forward to seeing the lights installed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Look, I think this is the smart thing to do. It's a trial. We've had one before. We had really fantastic community feedback based on that trial, and a lot of people thoroughly enjoyed. It looks great. It's going to be a great addition. It's going to help with the businesses along that strip, but it's also fantastic for people to be able to get out and stay out a little bit longer and boosting their local economy. So I hope that everyone votes for this because it's a great idea and great initiative from Councillor Martin. Yeah, people try to steal it, but, you know, she did the hard work.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
Great outcome from the survey. And it's interesting that there was over 70% support and 5% neutral, so basically 75% support. Wouldn't we all love at a council election to get 75% support in our bid for re-election? That would be amazing. So that's overwhelming 75%. So I certainly support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now... Councillor Martin, I take it you don't wish to close the debate? I think I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. All right. Thank you. We now move back to... It's too late, Councillor Rosenfeld. Thank you. Thank you. We now move to CC 39/25, future delivery of the major multicultural festival in Randwick, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld, then seconded by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please outline what it is you're moving?
Okay, I've sent an amendment, sent it through David Kelly. So I agree with points A, B and C. I'm just adding D, and I've done this before when we were talking about the initial multicultural festival. So D is for the event to take place on a Sunday. Now, the reason I asked it to take place on a Sunday is that if it's on a Saturday, it's the Shabbat, which is the Sabbath for Jewish people, and hence quite a few Jewish people observe Shabbat. Not myself, I went to the festival, but quite a few do observe it, and hence they are unable to attend if it's on a Saturday until the Shabbat ends, which is after sunset. The other thing is there's a lot of Jewish businesses that want to take place, including Jewish food businesses that we often see in the markets, like the falafel truck or the bagels and what have you, and they also will not operate on Shabbat. They'll only operate on a Sunday, as we probably, you've seen through when we move the markets in Maroubra. Hence, I would like the event to take place on a Sunday. I've had feedback from people in the Jewish community that they would like the event to take place on a Sunday. I support the A, B and C, but I'd like D, please.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
I'd just like to ask a question first through to the relevant officer. What would be the impact of holding the festival on a Sunday as opposed to a Saturday?
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the major impact would be, firstly, sometimes Sundays incurs an additional surcharge, so we'd be paying potentially a little bit more for the event. And secondly, the event this year went until 10 p.m. Because it was a Saturday, it would be likely that we would finish the event earlier if it was on a Sunday.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Luxford, do you still intend to second?
No, can I foreshadow an amendment?
I'll second.
Yes, you can actually move an amendment.
I'll move an amendment,
okay,
rather.
Councillor Hay will second it, just for the benefit of Mr.
You're seconding it.
Ellie. However,
No, apologies. I'll second Councillor Rosenfeld's motion because
yes, that's what I was explaining.
That's what we're doing.
Councillor Luxford has withdrawn her seconding.
Yep.
I have now provided the seconding of the motion to Councillor Hay. Councillor Luxford has withdrawn her seconding as she is about to move an amendment.
So,
Councillor Luxford.
Okay, so my amendment would be to remove point D.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wilson. Okay, Councillor Luxford, would you like to talk to your amendment?
Yes. So, this multicultural festival came about from a motion that was moved 8 years ago in this council, and we finally got the festival to fruition. The festival was held on a Saturday, and the intent was to go late at night and have culture vibes that were happening on the day. And for those who did attend, the day was extremely successful. There were loads of people coming through our festival, and the evening saw lots of young people around dancing to the music, having a good time, and really enjoying themselves, and just, people congregating together in a really friendly, happy atmosphere. To have it on a Sunday, we would not be able to have it, as our director has told us. We wouldn't be able to go as late. We wouldn't get the vibe that we were actually looking for, which was to have some sort of a Mediterranean multicultural dance party in the evening time for our younger residents. So for that reason, I think we cannot have point D in the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson is the seconder of the amendment.
Yes, I'm just wanting to support Councillor Luxford in this, in that Councillor Rosenfeld has told us that Jewish people can attend after sunset, and the idea of the festival, to my understanding, and as Councillor Luxford has said, is that we're not having it on a school night, so nobody has to get up and go to school in the morning on Sunday morning, and so I think that
Councillor Hamilton.
We'd like to keep it, to maintain it as it was. It was very successful on the Saturday.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld on the amendment.
Just on the amendment, just last Sunday we had a couple of festivals outside our LGA that were done really well on a Sunday. One was the Macedonian Festival that went from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and that was, I'm not sure if it was a Georges River Council event, but they were sponsoring it anyway. The other one was a Greek festival that I believe Councillor Luxford went to. That I drove past on the way home, and I saw it actually was a Sunday event and went, if not miscorrect, till 11 p.m. on a Sunday. That's incorrect. Because it said 11 p.m. on the sign. Oh.
Sorry.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, I'll allow.
I left
I'll
at
indulge
8
you.
PM.
Thank you.
But the actual event went to 11 p.m. It said it on the sign 11 p.m. Till 10. It's okay. Till 10. So yeah, we can obviously have it late, but I just think it's important for the original motion because on top of all the different cultural groups there, we don't want to exclude Jewish people who, especially people who want to have stalls at the event and can't if it's on a Saturday.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment moved Luxford Wilson, which which intends to move it as per the business paper? There being no further speakers, I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the motion? Yes, you can. Can you? Yep. Please continue.
Yeah, so I'd like to commend the report, and I'd like to thank all those involved with the preparation, the work on the day of the Multicultural Festival, for all their hard work and their dedication and turning it into such a successful event. And I'm pleased that we'll be able to hold this event on a yearly basis. Residents in Kensington that were known to me and are known to Councillor Veet and Councillor Hay, our regular attendees of Let's Chats, etc., came up to me and were extremely grateful that finally something happened in the West Ward that was a nice, pleasant event for families, for everybody to be out and about. It was a beautiful sunny day. They enjoyed the food, they enjoyed the atmosphere, and some of those people live on their own, so they were out amongst, nice people in a nice atmosphere, and it was really good for them to benefit from it. So thank you to all involved, and bigger and better next year.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Rosenfeld, do you wish to close the debate?
No, thank you.
Okay, no worries. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CO63/25, Quarterly Budget Review, September 2025, challenged by Councillor Burst.
I'd like to move it as per the business paper, but I do have a question to the relevant officer through the chair. When we look at the budgeted surplus of 1.5 million, is that based on the first 3 months of actual and the next 9 months of budgeted?
Through to the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The numbers that you're referring to of 1.5 million is a full-year projection.
And that's 3 months of actual, 9 months of budgeted, because we've already got 3 months completed.
That's correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Did I call for a seconder? Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wellington. Councillor Wellington, do you wish to speak to it? Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to notice of motions. Number 69. Oh, you are right. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry, there is a procedural motion from Councillor Said, but we actually have to go to CO 69/25 2026 meeting schedule. But if you do have a procedural motion, Councillor Said, I will hear it.
I just want to go to 2 minutes speeches.
2 minute speeches. Procedural motion for 2 minute speeches. Is there a seconder to the procedural motion? Okay, seconded by Councillor Burst. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that lost. Okay, there's been a request for a division in the name of said. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Burst. Okay. All those in favour of limiting speaking times to 2 minutes, please raise your hand. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Wellington, Councillor Magna, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Asghari, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, and all those against, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Luxford, Gordon, D'Souza, and the Mayor. I declare that carried. Thank you.
2 months in a row that we've won that.
Okay. That's okay. Anyway, we have CO 69/25 2026 Code of Meetings schedule. It's been challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I've just got a question to the relevant officer through you, Mr. Mayor. There's no mention of the mayoral election in there, but I do notice the September meeting is in the 3rd week and not the 4th week like every other month. Are we to, can we confirm that the mayoral election is going to be on the 29th? The extraordinary meeting for the mayoral election will be on the 29th of September.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As is custom, the Mayor of the Day chooses a date in September for the mayoral election. If it goes to October, then I have to call it within 2 weeks.
Thank you. Are there any further?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seconded. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. I didn't know that. We now move to NM 95/25, notice of motion from Councillor Said, additional funding for matchable carols. Councillor Said, can you please outline what it is you're moving?
As per my motion, I suppose.
Thank you. Councillor Burst is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just will be brief. I've got 2 minutes. I was brought to my attention by former Councillor De Rocha that this well-intended community event that's attended probably by hundreds of people, not only from Matraville but throughout the LGA, have lots of fun. Last year they had food trucks who ran out very quickly because it was so well attended. The local schools sing on the stage. Everyone has a fantastic time. There's a real community event, and what makes it even more of a feel of a community event, it's because it's done by people of the community. So I really want to thank Natalie Bellelli and also Councillor De Rocha, former Councillor De Rocha, on their efforts. They put their blood, sweat and tears into this, and they really deserve extra help from the council. And I really admire and I thank council officers for making it $20,000 every year. This must be the cheapest event that council supports. It's the way that it's, as I said, the way that it's attended and the goodwill that it brings. It is a very, very cheap way of doing it. It's fantastic, and I really hope you all support it.
Thank you. Councillor Burst is the seconder.
I'd like to commend Councillor Said on fighting for this additional funding. After COVID, they were in dire straits, the Matraville carols, and I was able to get an ongoing funding of $15 grand a year put in place. But now with cost increases and so on, you need more money, and so Councillor Said adding this 5,000 means we've got 20 now, so that helps that group. They'll still run on a smell of an oily rag, and but they do a great job. So Last year there would have been close to 1,000, if not more than 1,000 people packed in Little Bardwell Park. It was amazing. It was overflowing. People were out on Franklin Street and coming down the street, and it was just amazing. It was the acts, the local dance groups. Everybody was having a great time, and it was a fun night. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to NM 96/25, moved by Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Rosenfeld, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
Yes, basically, the motion is basically to open Broad Arrow Reserve for overflow parking on Sunday mornings when the Nipper program is taking place at the two surf clubs located at Maroubra Beach, except when there's forecast of wet weather, and that weather has to be significant wet weather. So basically, it's been pleasing to see that the council has opened up the reserve for the Nipper parents. It's only on Sunday mornings, and it's strictly to 12 p.m. And recently, there has been some Sundays where there hasn't been open due to the temperature even, not being high enough, even though there was no forecast of wet weather. However, it was told to me that there still are quite a few, participants still turn up even if the temperature happens to be around that 19, 20 degrees. So I would like that we are able to open it up unless there is significant wet weather. The Nippers is an extremely important activity. It's great for kids to learn how to swim. And also, I will remind everyone that when we did the initial consultation, which is different to this, it's about opening Broad Arrow on Sundays during the summer when the weather's good. We did have 43% in favour, which is still a reasonable amount in favour, given that during the consultation period there was some material put in letterboxes saying that I was going to pave Broad Arrow, which was never the intention. So please support the motion, and let's help the Nippers, and let's help the numbers be really great for both surf clubs.
Thank you, Councillor Burst.
I'd like to commend Councillor Rosenfeld on this motion. What I'm here to support too is that I'm supporting the thousands of parents that now know they can get their kids to Nipper on a Sunday morning and have somewhere to park, that they don't have to park miles away. What people may not realise, and I'm sure they do, but we have over 2,000 Nippers, at Maroubra Beach. That is the biggest cohort of Nippers in Australia. Yet we don't have enough parking for the parents to get them there. So anybody that's got kids, has had kids, has had the responsibility of taking their kids to sport, parking, getting them there. We don't want kids in front of computers. We don't want them playing on phones. This is getting them actively out on the beach, getting them to get fit, physically fit, learn skills, teamwork. So this is a great thing. It's typical Aussie summer, being out in the surf and the sand and the sun. So this is about ensuring that we can get these kids out to the beach on a Sunday morning and make sure there's capability, because we're too popular. Maroubra Beach, Maroubra Surf Club and South Maroubra Surf Club are too popular. All the Nippers want to come to us. So we've got to accommodate them some way. And the only way you can do that is to provide extra parking. So anybody that's got kids, has had kids, or has nieces or has nephews would want to do the right thing by their community and make sure that our parents can get these kids to Nippers. So I ask you and I urge you to support this motion, because we need to support our Nippers and the parents, the unsung heroes. And even I hear our mayor at citizenship ceremonies, he doesn't congratulate the people getting citizenships, but all the people down the back, the ones that supported them, the parents, the families, the aunties, the uncles that supported them. So it's important that we support the people that support the Nippers. So thank you very much, and I hope you support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gooden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have an amendment to delete all other words and replace with the council formalise overflow parking arrangements for usage at approved council events or council approved external major events only.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Veach. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. Just quickly, I mean, I understand that there is a diversity of views within the Maroubra community on this issue. It's been consulted on many times, as Councillor Rosenfeld pointed out. It was pretty much an even split the last time we talked about this. And given that, I think that the only appropriate course of action is to be very clear about our policy on parking in this park and maintain what was essentially originally the status quo. We recognise that there will never be enough parking at Maroubra Beach. It's just too popular. Everyone wants a slice of it. And so even if we opened up Broad Arrow Reserve to parking permanently, you would still never meet that demand. Given the size of the Nippers program and everything, fundamentally, what this is suggesting, allowing people to park on Broad Arrow Reserve every Sunday in good weather, which realistically on a nice Sydney summer is going to be every weekend, it is tantamount to paving it, even if it isn't the same as necessarily paving it. So in that sense, I disagree with Councillor Rosenfeld's assertions. I think it's best just to be kept the way it is, that is to only be used for parking during large approved council events or approved external major events.
Thank you. Councillor Magner is the seconder of the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Veitch is the seconder of the amendment.
Thank you. I'm very happy to support this amended version. Community down there have spoken. The residents who actually use that park on a day-to-day basis want it maintained as green open space to go and play with their kids and walk their dog, to enjoy the shade. It's become a really popular location for the Maroubra markets. The grass there is already suffering a bit even from that. So just to actually keep that on some kind of balance, having parking there every weekend for like 6 months of the year or so is going to have a really detrimental impact. Also, St Mary's of Joseph school kids use that park to play sport and they play there at lunchtime. Who's going to pay for re-turfing that at the end of the summer season? Council will pay. It's a big area. It's going to cost a bomb. And that just hasn't been taken into consideration. Everyone on a hot summer day is going to make a beeline and park under the trees. Like you see it all the time. So it's going to have an impact on the trees. And I know from former councillor and mayor Lindsay Shuri, who lived in that area, that area actually is a bit of a floodplain. And when you've got cars parking on there all the time, it actually really compacts that ground, and the viability of Broad Arrow Reserve to actually absorb water during heavy downpours is going to be really affected. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I had Councillor Luxford, then I'll go to Councillor Hay.
Yeah, I can't support this amendment, I'm afraid. As a parent who did have children at Nippers and who was actually fortunate enough to have Rockstar parking right behind the garage at Maroubra Surf Club, I didn't have to do what all my colleagues there at the surf club had to do on a Sunday morning and try and battle for a parking space. Broad Arrow Reserve, I'm an old duck around here, and in my lifetime, Broad Arrow Reserves never had turf, or what you could call turf, barely had grass, and it was the place where we went to watch the circus every year until it was voted out some years ago that the circus could no longer return to Randwick. So it's never had grass. It's never been a park where people would picnic. I mean, you'd get prickles in your derriere if you sat on that grass. So only asking for parking in the Nipper season. Now, if anyone knows the Nipper season, it does close down over the school holidays and returns back towards the end of January. So it's only from a little bit in October till I think probably in a few weeks into December, and then they're gone and they don't come back till January, mid-January, end of January, go for a little bit more, and then they're done. So they're only asking for parking for a small amount of the day on a Sunday and then leave. The markets are there. Those trucks are on there once a month carving it up. As I said, it's never had turf. So I think bring on the parking.
Thank you, Councillor Hay.
Question through the matter of the relevant officer. Councillor Luxford's motion is about bringing certainty to an uncertain situation. The amendment explicitly says external major events only. And I'd like to get some clarity through the relevant officer on how that phrase would be construed. Is a Nipper Carnival a major event? And at what, or for example, what would make something a major event? At what stage would?
Through to the General Manager.
Thanks, Council. It would be things such as council where you've resolved to have the markets down there would be a council approved event you have down there. If there was a concert or something that the council laws resolved to do, there would be a major event that you could do down there. So events like that come through the council.
So to clarify, let's say there was a major, if we were advised that there were 2,000 parents attending to attend a Nipper Carnival, that would not be considered a major event under your reading of this amendment.
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Once I answer that question, Councillor, all right, should this get up, that'll be the end of the Nippers parking down there. So the answer would be no, we would not consider that to be a major event.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers? There being no further speakers on the amendment, I'll now put it. There's been a request for a division in the names of Hamilton and Burst. All those in favour of the amendment moved by Gordon Veach, please raise your hand. We have councillors Willington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against. We have Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, Said, Burst. I declare the amendment carried. Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the motion as amended? There being no further... Yep, Councillor Hamilton.
I would just like to say that what a shame it is that all of the locals that come down, I had my 2 children go through Maroubra Nippers as well. They didn't last that long because it's pretty rough water down there, and because it is rough water down there, we need young people to go through programs to help them get the skills so that they can get in the water safely and get back out again. But then, of course, they grow the skills through the programs to then help save lives. So we are, through this vote, stopping the majority of people being able to access the beach to gain the very necessary skills that form part of our Australian culture.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. Councillor Rosenfeld to close the debate.
Yeah, I also say it's a great pity. It's such a great thing what the Nippers do, how they teach young kids. I'm really concerned now that given the huge complaints that the Nippers have made about the parking, that we're going to have less Nippers now, and it's a great shame.
Thank you. Division. There's been a request for a division. Okay. In the name of Burst and Rosenfeld. Okay. Now put it. All those in favour, please raise your hand. So it is the motion as amended. We have the amended motion in front of us. Councillor Burst has called for a division on it. So all those in favour of the motion as amended, Gordon Veach, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Willington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. All those against? Thank you. We have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Martin, Said and Burst. I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move on to Notice of Motion 97/25 from Councillor Luxford concerning Moore Park. Councillor Luxford, could you please outline what it is you are moving? I will then call for a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Sid.
I'm moving my motion as it is there, that we write to the Premier to support a full public 18-hole golf course. So it's all written there. I'm sure you've all had a look at the motion as it is. But I'd particularly like you to pay attention to point B, which is guided by the principle of fairness. We call on the government to retain the full public 18-hole course with inclusive and affordable programs, practice areas, public amenities, sustainability measures, and heritage preservation to meet growing demand and support health, social and community benefits as part of the upgrades to Moore Park. So, I'll just speak on the motion now. So tonight we are asking for the retention of a public 18-hole golf course as part of the government's upgrades to Moore Park. This is the only public 18-hole golf course in our area, and it should be retained. A public 18-hole golf course that allows its members to compete in tournaments around the state and nation, and it provides opportunity for younger children, for younger people who want to go on and take up golf as their chosen sport and career. If the golf course is shortened, the members won't be able to do that. They won't be able to go on and compete against other clubs and into other major tournaments. So, our very own mayor chose to take up surf lifesaving. Not being a great swimmer, he had opportunity at a public beach to get better, passed his bronze, and went on to compete for his club. People young and old who choose to play golf in our area should be able to have access to an 18-hole public golf course to enable them to fulfil their dreams and aspirations, just like our mayor. We ask the government to work with the golfing community and to come to a solution that best suits all.
Councillor Sedd is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I congratulate Councillor Luxford for bringing this to council. It seems like there's a few questions here. As we heard, the golf course pays for about 75% of the maintenance fees of Centennial Parklands. Now, Centennial Parklands is in our LGA, and I hope that means that when they get zero, that they're not coming to council and we have to pay for it. This could be a huge impost to our LGA, and at the same time, I hope that at the same time, state government, if it does happen, gives us some money towards our public golf course and maybe makes Randwick Golf Course one of the premier golf courses in Sydney, so we could take some part of that $50 million they propose to fix it. At the same time, this is totally in response to Clovermore and City of Sydney. Building on Zetland, they've bypassed all the green space they were meant to put in, especially in the Sutton site, and by doing that, they've given themselves no green space. So a deal's been done where they get Moore Park instead, a golf course that's been there over 100 years and is very successful and has 500,000 visitors. All this in the name of overzealous Zetland, which years ago, most MPs called it the most dense site in the whole of Australia with no green space because of bad planning. Also, at the same time, as we heard tonight, there's proposed to put a playground right next to the Southern Cross Drive, and then we've got 6 lanes of highway to cross from Zetland over to this park. Doesn't make sense whatsoever. The golfers have actually proposed to keep their 18 holes and at the same time give a whole large chunk of parklands to the government, which has been knocked back, but no one can understand why. I mean, you can't get any better green space than something that's been there for 100 years and people enjoy themselves and play a sport on. And it's got trees everywhere, it's grass, well maintained, and you can walk all around it if you want to. So it's a real shame that something like this, who knows what will be next, Sydney boys or Sydney girls.
Thank you. I had Councillor Veach, then Councillor Magna, then I'll go to Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I won't be voting in support of this motion. And the reason why is that, taking on board, for example, Councillor Sedd's comments, there definitely wasn't enough green space left at Zetland. But for the kids and families and just people who are living in that area, that's not something they can now do anything about. Are we going to deny them access to parkland and space because of a decision that was made 10 or 20 or 30 years ago? That's not their fault. They've moved into an area that's close to amenities, close to work and close to schools, and it is essential that they can access. We can't blame them for planning decisions that were made in the past. Randwick has more than its fair share of golf courses, as do the whole entire eastern suburbs. We've got Randwick Golf Club, the Australian Golf Club, St Michael's Golf Club, New South Wales Golf Club, and the Coast Golf Club. They're all 18 holes. We've got 5 18-hole golf courses in the Randwick LGA. They should all be public, and they should all be actually half the time at least open for people just to go and wander around without fear of getting hit by a golf ball. You know, Bayside, just on the other side of Anzac Parade, has got Bonnie Doon, East Lakes, Botany, and the Lakes Golf Club in East Lakes. And then in Waverley, and most of those are all 18 holes as well, except for Botany. And then in Waverley, you've got the Bondi Golf and Diggers Golf Club. And in Wallara, you've got the Royal Sydney Golf Club and the Wallara Golf Club. And then City of Sydney, you've got Moore Park. We have got an oversupply of golf courses in this LGA. We 100% do. All the residents that I know are crying out for more open space. We have so many different sporting codes battling it out to try and get access to our limited sporting
Order,
fields.
2 minutes.
No, so, councillor, thank you, councillors. I'm the chair. A councillor has the ability to move a procedural motion at any point. It is a matter of whether or not council agrees with that, but a councillor has the ability to do that, and that takes precedence. There's a procedural motion in the name of Gordon and Magna to extend the speaking time of councillor Veach by how much? By 1 minute. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you.
Thank you
Councillor
very much.
Veach, please continue.
So to conclude, we know that we have got cricket, rugby, soccer, netball. We've got so many people, plus all the people who love dogs and own dogs, all wanting access to parks. And if you look on Google Maps, you will see that, you know, imagine if you could open up the Australian Golf Club and all those ones. You could walk all the way from Centennial Park and Moore Park, and you could walk all the way down the western part of Kensington and so on, and you could get to Botany Bay, Kamei. It would be amazing, but all that land is literally locked out. None of us can get to there. Most people don't really feel comfortable walking on a golf course because we know every time we've done it, you know, half of us have all kind of had a bit of a near miss. Then you don't want to do it again. It's actually outrageous that these clubs have this exclusive access to all this vast amount of land. And, you know, during COVID, all around the world, people were cutting down to 9 holes or just opening up to the public. Thank you.
Councillor Magna.
Thank you. I support the transformation of Moore Park South into publicly accessible parkland and the retention of the 9-hole golf course with a driving range, an expanded driving range, an expanded club facility, a retention, the building of a mini golf course. The truth is that the New South Wales government is responding in a way that balances public need. There is a public need for access to parkland. We face a climate crisis. We need more trees. We need more recreation space. We need to address the urban heat island effect. There's a health crisis. It's well documented that access to parkland can address mental health issues, cardiovascular disease, and these kind of recreational spaces will enable more people to access these facilities in an area that is increasingly densified. I understand people's commitment to golf, but this isn't about being anti-golf. It's about providing a better balance for the community needs as Councillor Veach has said, we are very well endowed with golf courses in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. We've got 690,000 people that live within a 3-kilometre radius of Moore Park South. This will provide access for those communities that are in the city of Sydney side, but it will also provide incredible public amenity for people in the Randwick City Council area as well. So density with amenity is not density done well. This proposal supports better community amenity, meeting the needs of future generations, and therefore I can't support the motion.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hay, then Hamilton.
Now, as a proud old boy of Sydney Boys High, I'm very familiar with this area. If you go to Batten Ball Oval, if you go to the 4 football fields in Moore Park to the north of Sydney Boys High, you will, at any time of day, you will scarcely see a person in any of that public land. If you go to Moore Park Golf Course, you cannot get on. It is fully booked out. The reality is, contrary to Councillor Veach's assertion, is that if you do you actually need public land? They're not using the public land for public recreation that's already there, and you're taking away from people who are using it. Councillor Magna talked about a health crisis. Let me explain. There was an incinerator on the site of the golf course. The site was remediated in about 1930, and all they did was they put grass on top of it. If you're going to do major earthworks, you are going to be digging up century-old garbage. We have no idea how much asbestos is under there, and we have no idea how much of whatever else was left in that garbage. You will cause a major health crisis if you start performing major earthworks. Also, there is an alternate plan that's been put up by the golf course which includes 18 holes, and it returns a significant amount of parkland back to the park. Now, I want to quote Matt Thistlethwaite on this. I don't quote him lightly, but here goes. I don't support reducing the size of one of the few public golf courses in Sydney. Almost all of the golf courses in the area are private and unaffordable for the average punter. I don't think it's a good idea to reduce access to the golf course for someone who wants to have a hit and some exercise. Labor councillors in the room, are you going to stand with your own federal member who overlaps your own electorate, or are you challenging him, and are you going to publicly contradict your own federal member? And are you starting a civil war within the Labor Party because of how you're going to vote on this amendment? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Thanks. That was awesome. That was really funny. Let's see how you guys go with that one. Moore Park. So golf, as I said when the speaker was here, I had my first lessons on how to play golf a long time ago, probably about 25 years ago, 26 years ago. So golf is something that everyone can play. It's just fantastic. And my father plays golf. Well, he can't play golf as much anymore, but when he played golf, his golfing partner had a heart attack and died. And so this was this one guy that he always played with. So I, in secret, went and had golf lessons at Moore Park, learned how to play golf, and invited him for a game. And I've been hooked ever since. And I do really like playing golf. I'm actually not a very good golfer. I'm serious. I admit it. I'm not one of those people that are great and they're not good. I'm not very good at it. But it's that type of sport that you don't have to actually be good at it. And that's why so many people are so attracted to it. So children, adults, really, as old as you can still get around and hit the ball and walk the distance and all the rest of it. So I think that it's really sad that we are taking away a fantastic, space. And it is open space, and it is beautiful and green and lush and the whole thing. And private golf course is really expensive. I used to be a member of Bonnie Doon, and I love Bonnie Doon, but it's a big commitment. You've got to have a lot of time to really get out there a lot, and it's a long course and all the rest of it. So I think that this has to be 18 or nothing. You've really got to just say this needs to be 18 holes. It can't be reduced. It really does impact a lot of people. If you can't afford a private golf course that we have in the area, then this is a great alternative. And I go and play at Randwick. Randwick's public golf course is fantastic. It's 9 holes that you have to go around again. So, they tuck them all in amongst each other. It's 18-hole golf course, but you've got to play 9 twice. I think you should support this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being... You can, however, Councillor Burst has, well, he's sought the call. I've given Councillor Burst the call. Councillor Burst.
We all know that there's going to be 50 parking spaces there. So that's going to be tarmac space. So we're going to lose that green space. So if we're looking at the best option and solution for everybody, Moore Park Golf Course has come up with an option where there will be green space, there will be opportunities for people to go over there and use it, but also to have the golfers play. Also, the benefit of having an 18-hole golf course is that pays for the Centennial Park wetlands. Otherwise, we're now going to have a budget hole in our state government, and who's going to pay for us? We're going to pay for that. It's going to be more fees, more taxes for us. So the best compromise is 18 holes of golf, some green space, and if we do that, we then eliminate the 60 parking spots. So if you're not supporting this, you're supporting 60 parking spots of tarmac on that grassed area. Well, it won't be grass. And also, if we dig up that area, as Councillor Hay said, we are potentially opening up a toxic bomb on that site. Some of the toxins and stuff that are in there, you do not want to go near. You do not want to be involved in. So by opening it up, it's going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars to try to remediate that area before you even start using it as green space. So I urge you to support this motion.
Councillor Luxford to close the debate.
Yeah, just in closing, we've heard a lot from various councillors here around the room. I know that this motion is not popular, even with my own Labor colleagues. However, the golf courses that have been mentioned, mostly private, to join the Australian Golf Club, somebody has to die, literally, before you can become a member, and you are on a waiting list, you know, a mile long. So this golf course offers, Councillor Hamilton talked about going twice around Randwick. That renders it useless for competition. Those people cannot compete because in a game of golf, you have to play 18 holes. You cannot go around a 9-hole golf course twice. So there is a proposal. We're asking for this proposal to be looked at. We have heard that the government won't even talk to anyone about it, which is really sad. There is a proposal that works, and I have seen it. I have also been to the pop-up and seen what everyone is considering to be open space, not to be open space, because there is $50 million supposedly going to be spent, but we know that it will be more because of what's underground already there. $50 million is only the first 3 years, and that practically covers the green space with a multitude of different activities and takes away trees as well in the process. So trying to make a park out of a park, that to the detriment of existing public facilities, just does not make sense. And to be honest, the whole idea stinks.
I'll now put it. There's been a request to go to a division from Councillor D'Souza, seconded by Councillor Magna. Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Martin, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, all those against. Councillors Willington, Magna, Veach, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, D'Souza and the Mayor. I declare the amendment lost. Thank you. We now move to NM 99/25, notice of motion. Thank you. NM 99/25, notice of motion from Councillor Magna, affiliation with the Committee for Sydney. Councillor Magna, could you please move your motion?
Yeah, this motion is to affiliate Randwick City Council with the Committee of Sydney. The Committee of Sydney is a wonderful organisation that looks at a range of issues that are well aligned with the existing activities of Randwick. There's a number of other councils that are already members, including Inner West, Georges River, Bayside, Burwood, Blacktown, Penrith, City of Sydney, Waverley, Willoughby. They bring together some of the best minds from business, from government, from academia, from the community sector, examining some of Sydney's biggest challenges. They look at evidence. It's non-partisan, non-ideological research, not rhetoric. Things like the housing crisis, things like transport challenges, and membership of this organisation will give Randwick a seat at the table. It will give tremendous professional development opportunities for council officers and staff, as well as elected councillors, and it will also provide an opportunity for the Committee of Sydney to showcase the existing great work that this council is already engaged in, and they're very successful in getting a lot of mainstream media and social media. Cities and local governments can't live in isolation. We are part of the Greater Sydney, and the work that we do interrelates within the greater metropolitan area, and the Committee of Sydney is focused on that, and I think it's a great partnership and a great initiative, and I commend the motion to the council.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wellington. Councillor Wellington.
Yes, I fully support this as a very worthwhile idea, and I hope you vote with the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Asghari, did you wish to speak to it? Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 100/25, notice of motion from Councillor Magna addressing parking pressure. Councillor Magna, please move your motion.
The issue of parking has been a somewhat surprisingly dominant theme in the relatively short time that I've been on council, and no more so than at tonight's meeting. And I think that we will be well served as a council, and good governance means that we refer and lean upon the expertise that we have within our council, and ask that they investigate ways in which we can address the pressures that have all been communicated to us regularly as our beaches approach the summer season. Parking will become a dominant issue in our town centres. Parking is an increasing challenge, and there are a range of policy interventions that we could consider, and I think this council will be well served by an examination and a report back to council on options that we can manage this issue into the future.
So, Councillor Asghari, who's seconding? Can I just confirm? Councillor Wellington.
No?
Councillor Wellington is the seconder? Councillor Wellington is the seconder. Thank you.
I'd be pleased to second this motion. I think it's time that we really had a very in-depth and open-minded look at the pressures that people face trying to find somewhere to park, and the pressures that communities face being overwhelmed at times of high demand. And I think we should support this motion, and I would very much welcome a report into this very important problem for Randwick.
Thank you. Councillor Asghari, did you wish to speak? No? Okay, Councillor Hamilton, then I'll go to Councillor Sid.
So, yeah, look, I support this motion. I think that parking challenges are really quite severe in our area, especially North Ward. So it's good to see the other two North Ward councillors standing up and speaking on this issue. Since I've been on council, I've put up parking motions constantly. I think that looking at this though, there's not a lot of information in it. I mean, all it says is just investigate options. And I think it should say at least to give the council staff some kind of indication of, you know, what they could look at. Like, what are some of the options? Like, what about parking meters? You know, is that something that Councillor Magna would put in here, that they look at parking meters, because it's something that could really help ease parking burden. I don't know if you want to put that in.
There's been a request from Councillor Hamilton in relation to that. Councillor Magna, are you satisfied with the wording of your motion, or do you wish to accept it from Councillor Hamilton?
Not clear. I'm happy with the motion as it's articulated.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, so I'll put up an amendment then.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel as though this motion just doesn't have enough to it. So I'll just read out. I think that it should be A, investigate options to ease parking pressure. So I think it should be actually spelled out a little bit more because it just doesn't spell it out. I think it should be, I might just take that. So B should be that council staff action notice of motion 2025, and that was in relation to parking at Clovelly. And I was just typing up the last page. I didn't think I'd get acceptance of that. And then what's that? A, B, C. Investigate parking meters. And D, bring a report to council on ways to address the parking congestion on our coastal areas and town centres.
Can I just confirm, just through to the Councillor Hamilton, just in relation to point B, okay, can you just clarify what that was, what that motion was?
A notice of motion 20/25, parking in Clovelly. That's my motion. Notice of motion.
Was that the one relating to boats?
No.
No.
Oh, no. It was on Boundary. Oh, sorry. Boundary Road. So I'll put a motion forward. Boundary Road. And you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No, actually, no, 100% you weren't. You're talking to someone else. Yes, notice of motion 2025. So it's Boundary Road in Clovelly, and it was to do with. No, okay, still.
Thank you. Councillor, do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder of the amendment from Councillor Hamilton? Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being Councillor Sett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because the original motion was a bit vague, and it's actually a little bit contradictory because we just had an argument that we're not going to allow broad arrow to be a solution, so that's ruled out. And also, at the same time, we, if anyone's ever been on a hot day at La Perouse, we tried to bring parking solutions via parking in Anzac Parade, but that's been ruled out. So the South Ward will definitely feel the effects. So we need more than just a very generalised statement about parking, because for 8 years we know we've had horrible times with parking. When I was the mayor, we tried to bring it in at Little Bay and Malabar, put 4-hour parking limits, which was a fantastic solution until the residents asked for them to leave because they couldn't park their second cars there. So it's a really hard thing to do. You can't please everyone all the time, but parking meters will probably, as much as a lot of people don't like them, I'd love to see a report come back on parking meters, not just because of the revenue they raise, but because we know for the people that live in the South Ward, just about everyone who comes to La Perouse and Yarra Bay aren't residents, and we do need help to maintain that cleanliness and to maintain La Perouse being a popular place to go. So that money that we could generate from the parking meters could actually help a lot to go to help us keep these areas clean. So I do like the idea of parking meters.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just confirm, Councillor Magna, do you accept the amendment? No. Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being no further Yes, sorry, Councillor Hay on the amendment.
Can I have an amendment to remove the reference to parking meters, please?
Sorry?
I'd like.
So you're amending Councillor Hamilton's amendment?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a seconder of your... No, you can't do that. You're foreshadowing it. Yes, okay, so you're foreshadowing.
Yeah, sorry, I'll take out C. I'll just do ABD.
ABD?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? There's been a request for a division from Councillor Hamilton. Yeah, okay. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. I declare that carried. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment on the motion as moved? There being no further speakers, Councillor Magna is the mover of the original motion. Could you now? Thank you. Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. Could I please have a procedural motion to extend the meeting for half an hour? Thank you. Moved Councillor Gordon, Councillor Rosenfeld. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move into... are there any petitions? There being no petitions. Thank you. I now move into closed session. Thank you. Could you please advise when you're ready? Okay, thank you. I now reopen the ordinary council meeting, the open session. The outcome of CP 40/25 Land and Environment Court Appeal proceedings was carried unanimously as per the business paper. CO 70/25 Printing and Distribution of Council Mail Tender T 2026-15 was carried unanimously as per the business paper. CO 71/25 Audit Risk and Improvement Committee Minutes October 25 was carried unanimously as per the business paper. CO 72/25 ARIC Annual Performance Report was carried unanimously as per the business paper. Thank you, councillors. There being no further business, I will now close the meeting at 11:35 p.m. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.